Yo, what up, CL? Thanks for popping in, bro. I ain't gonna lie, I didn't even know I was live. I was, I was. Scratch. It's almost like if you got a choice, if you're about to go somewhere, you're about to go to the store real quick, right? And you got an electric scooter and a normal scooter next to you. Which of those two are you gonna choose? This album's out? Man, I want to listen to that, but I can't on stream. I had no idea that was out. Yo, we should listen to Leon Noel. How dope would that be? We need to listen to this dude. How to get your first software engineer job. Why don't we listen to this dude while I'm working on shit? This is that guy. I'm sure he won't copyright this.
All of those snippets into one class.
Let me start it over.
What each spread out throughout. For a lot of folks, there is a mental block that happens.
He's about to start talking that shit.
They legitimately don't want to start the hunt. Let me get big here. Let me go space for now.
I'm gonna put him over here.
This
is who I learned everything from.
Where imposter syndrome hits, you doubt all the work that you put in, and you talk to yourself and say, maybe I'm not ready. You are ready. Now,
that's what's up, bro. Congratulations. Congratulations on, you know,
absolutely not
going hard, going all in. I had to do the same thing.
That you have to network your way into, and people are going to ghost you. Interviews are going to go poorly. Things are not going to go your way. But that is okay. You are ready. You have amazing projects. You have skills that no one can take from you. You have put in the work to start.
When you say you need to build your own stuff,
please,
just make sure that, like,
start the hunt. This is your sign.
I mean, I guess is whatever your goal is, but at least have your portfolio. There's nothing wrong with using a framework or a template for your portfolio. And you can build whatever you want in your free time whenever you want. But if you're trying to let me pause this so I can explain who this guy is. But if you're trying to hurry up and get hired, then I would say throw up a template for your portfolio, and then always have it in your head that one day you're gonna be better at building your own stuff from scratch. You know what I mean? You can do that. You can do that whenever you want. But this dude is Leon Noel. He graduated from Yale and in computer science, of course, and has been working as an engineer since then. He started this company called 100 Devs with the goal of getting 100 devs hired. This is who really helped me break that mental barrier that I'm pretty, like, where I get my whole, like, philosophy from, you know. Do you know any websites for designs that you can take inspiration? Yeah, for sure. There's a lot. It depends on what type of website are you trying to build. Are you trying to build a portfolio website? Are you trying to build something for a business? Like, you know, every business has a website these days. Marketing stuff. Theme Forest is great. When I'm trying to, like, make something, not only do they sell templates for like $20, and then you still have to open up Git with this stuff. I mean, unless you get a WordPress one, you just make sure to just still get one that's built with React on the front end. You know, look, we got Next.js, we got Gatsby. This is really how most of us, honestly, you know what I mean, do it. We're not writing custom HTML and CSS 9 times out of 10. You know what I mean? You just you start from here, bro, and then you just, depending on what you need, you go find what you need. If you're trying to build something from scratch, then maybe we'll do, what's that website? Is it Tailwind? Yeah, Tailwind's one of them. Once you get back here, you can grab, like, if you need a header, if you need a footer, if you need a button, if you need pages, literally everything that you need is already built. Why recreate the wheel? Software development, I don't think that they really talk about this in courses for real. But being a software engineer is not about recreating the wheel. You know what I mean? Thanks, bro. It's more about solving problems for people. That's all we're really doing. We're not recreating and rebuilding from scratch most of the time. Like, that's just painful. That's just torture. You know what I mean? You don't have to be the guy who can do that, because anybody can do it if you really want to spend the time to look up every single thing. But if headers and footers and designs have been built thousands of times before, and to the point where whatever you need is out there, just go get what you need and plug and put it together. We're more like, you know how back in the day, think about Lego sets. Back in the day when I was young, Lego came in just one tiny block at a time. And if you wanted to build anything cool with the Lego set, you had to literally use your imagination and literally build that shit yourself from the ground up. These days, if you go into a Lego store, you'll have a whole Star Wars ship, Jurassic Park theme, and the kids these days are still having fun. You know, just because they're not building it from the ground up don't mean that they're not having fun. So that's, in that sense, that's really what software engineering and web design is. You know what you need. You're still customizing it, because you're grabbing the header, you're changing the color, you're grabbing the footer, you're still changing everything, making sure it's responsive. You know, you're messing with the code still. But man, would it be hell to try and, especially when you got more than one client, like, you don't really have time to be trying to like get everything perfect on your own for some reason. You know, all of these things are already built. And really what we do these days, like say I got a client, what is this, a real estate website? Okay, I got this guy, I'm gonna come here, I'm gonna buy this theme for $20, and then I'm gonna go host it on my GitHub, and then you know what our job is? To go help them get the domain, connect the domain to the website so that they get their SSL certificate. These are the type of things that we do, because we have the knowledge in that. We help them host it, and then we got to turn around and do the SEO and the marketing to help them reach more people. But it would take you forever if for some reason you wanted to come up with your own version of this, which you can, you know. Let's go and let's inspect here. You mean to tell me you're really gonna do all of these divs? You're gonna do all of these divs, header here, that there. You really gonna do all of that shit yourself, bro? It's gonna take you you're gonna have to charge them something crazy, because it's gonna take you so long to finish this, and it's gonna be a while before you get another client. You know, and they're gonna be like, why the hell is it taking this guy so long to build my website? So that's why, as soon as you know what HTML, CSS, and JavaScript is, you might as well just go ahead and finish your portfolio and try and move on to the next step. And if you want, and if you just want to be the god, you know, coder like that one day, in your free time, you can always increase your skills and play around with building custom stuff in your free time. So it just depends on if you're trying to hurry up and
Has not started.
I'm sure that this is the type of stuff he's going to be saying.
I'm asking you, start. Because once you start to realize.
But I'm
it's not as bad.
Yeah, dude, I really do. Bro, what? Most definitely, bro. The crazy thing is another story let me stop talking while he's talking. I'm sorry. ChatGPT, man, like ChatGPT is your teacher that, you know, I think of ChatGPT as like my assistant. I made a code mentor ChatGPT. I have one for my YouTube director that helps me pick out like my titles and my descriptions and even give me ideas of videos to do. I have a spiritual guide for when I'm feeling, you know, when I'm feeling like I need some inspiration, I talk to that one. And then I have a code mentor, which every time I go to work on a project, I open that up and I'm like, what were we working on last time? It knows everything. It knows about me, my company. It knows about the digital builders. It knows about like my favorite technology to use. And it knows about the projects that we were working on last. And it literally helps me, you know, with everything. I'm like, what does this code do? What does that code do? Okay, I need to now make a change to this. Can you help me make a change to this? And we're plugging it in. And I used to feel kind of bad about that until I went to my most recent hackathon, and my team was all filled with guys who work for the top companies, right? Some of them 8 years in the game, 10 years in the game, 30 years in the game. Tell me why every single one of us had ChatGPT open on our computer. Every single one of us was running into problems and Googling, and it's the same way that you are with your courses, and that the little bit of confusion that you have, bro, that never goes away. I saw a YouTube short that I was gonna try and recreate where this guy said, a junior developer 1 month in, and he sits it down at the computer and he's like, shit, how do I center a div? And he Googles it, how do you center a div? And then it said, software engineer 2 years in. He sits down at his computer and he's like, shit, how do I center a div again? And then he Googles it, how do you center a div? The only difference is that now he's got more computer screens and he's actually putting it to work versus the first guy was putting it into a course. So our brains can only remember so much stuff, man. Like, there was only one guy on our team that I would say looked like he was just typing away. Shout out to Paul, because he's a beast, you know, and he really was on it. I was looking, he sent me this thing earlier, matter of fact. Y'all might think this is cool. I'm sure he won't mind if I show y'all this. This is my homie Paul. He works for Cloud Serverless Guru, I think it is. This dude made a DJ. He's like into robotics and stuff like that. And he made a DJ thing connect. I don't know if you can hear it. You might not be able to hear it. I think I have to put it on the other. We'll have to come back to Leon. Check this out. This is a guy, and this is why I tell you guys to be part of hackathons, because there's no reason for me to even know this dude. But I met him at the hackathon and we were on the same team, and now this is my homie. I'm a fast forward to what he's actually doing. It's like a salad. He calls it DJ Salad Spinner.
Multicam day. Yeah, I've set up all of the cameras so I can show this off properly. All right, got the Arduino here. Got a Hall effect sensor. Yeah. Got a magnet inside. I'm gonna.
This is the only dude who wasn't really using ChatGPT as much as the rest of us.
Yep, make sure that my volume's good. I got my little console here that shows me my RPM. It'll sling it to this web page, and with any luck, it'll play some music. You ready? I said, are you ready? Here we go.
There you go. Yeah, so he's another self-taught guy. No computer science degree, no boot camps or nothing like that. He said that one time he saw these kids were playing with robotics. It was like a robotics class for kids, and the 9-year-olds and stuff were there, and he thought it was so cool that he went and joined that like 8 years ago, and he's been programming ever since then. Yeah, he definitely 100% knows his shit, bro. He was literally like on some, he was killing it.
So the faster
We built
you
this
spin
thing.
it-
We built this AI blogging app that they're just now starting to promote. I saw Caleb, who was another guy on our team. This dude, he just made a post about the thing that's a good thing, bro. About join a hackathon. If you have no portfolio, you're not a part of a company yet. I realized that when I was in the hackathon, I was like, wait a minute, are we starting a company right now? And I have a position here. Like you're gonna get placed either on the front end or the back end, whatever your favorite like thing to do is, and then you're gonna team up with people who have more experience than you. This is our thing. It's called Jet. It's an AI blogging app. I made this in Canva, and I made a lot of the pages. But you it basically like blogs for you, and we're just now getting it going. We won second place in the hackathon. Here's our team. I'll show you our team real quick. Where's it at? That's why I say LinkedIn is super important. Getting out and networking is super important. But you have to like, if you can finish your courses and everything still, but you definitely got to get out there. Where are my posts? Oh, here we are. Yeah, I just shared one of his posts. This is why LinkedIn is so important. This is Tim. I did an interview with Tim. Whoops. My bad. Lee has been coding since forever, and Tim has been coding, I think, for 20 years, I believe he said. So yeah, we all were using ChatGPT, except for Paul. I didn't really see Paul use ChatGPT that much. But yeah, that's our team. And yeah. That's why I say, yes, imposter syndrome, bro. Yeah, so I had to deal with that my first time. My first hackathon, I was terrified. I really was nervous and did not know anything. And I felt like I bit off a little more than I could chew because I was part of the mobile team. And they asked me if I knew how to manage state. And I was kind of like, yes, I know what state is, but I hadn't really, I was like, they asked me what was my skill set. And I just kind of said React because I had just started working with React. And they were kind of like, okay, you're going to be on the mobile side with this other guy he wasn't there. He was through FaceTime. So since everybody else was on the back end, I went in the building that we were doing it in. They had these little like phone booth things. And I went and sat in the phone booth by myself with ChatGPT and the React documentation, just reading and just hoping that I didn't like break everything and mess everything up, But that's, you gotta throw yourself into the fire, because if you wait until you feel like a professional, I don't know, man, it just might take too long, and you might miss a chance, you might miss an opportunity, because the connections that I made through that first hackathon are with me to this day. And it also helped me see that developers are human, that they also still, have to Google stuff, and it's still like not such a big gap between them and myself as I used to think, and that they're still just trying to figure it out too. Of course they have. Yeah, it worked out, bro. We won the hackathon. I might have got carried a little bit, but I was still a member of the team who inputted, and then my lead developer there of that hackathon was the one who ended up helping me get my first real tech position, my first real tech job. And it's because they can now like speak to you as a person. When you're getting hired, you're not really, a lot of times you're not getting hired off of your resume. You're getting hired off of like them knowing that you're a person who will try, and that you're not gonna like, not do what you say you're gonna do, or it's like a trust kind of factor. When positions open up, you definitely want to be someone who knows the hiring people personally, versus like say your plan right now is to finish whatever courses you're working on, and then you're gonna come here on LinkedIn and you're gonna go to jobs. Look, full stack engineer, promoted 2 weeks ago. Let's see how many people are applying for this. Are you gonna put your application in here with 96 other people, with only your like portfolio projects, you know? What about this one? Cloud engineer. Over 100 applicants. Full stack. Now, this is what they mean when they say that like the job market is so messed up and people get computer science degrees and boot camps and stuff, and then you can't really find a job because it's just like it doesn't work that way, at least not now. Maybe, oh, this only has 12. But what is this? Enterprise technical architect? I don't even know what that means. Strong functional. Oh, that's like a finance. I don't know why they even put that on me. Senior software engineer. 61. You got 61 seniors. You know what I mean? Yo, what up? What up, John? You see me in the suit. I was like, man, I need to be professional today because I was feeling super lazy, bro. I had my hoodie on. I was like not feeling it today. I didn't really sleep that good last night, so I took a shower. I even put cologne on like I was going somewhere because I was like, man, I'm gonna try and be productive. You've been studying web development for almost a year, still looking for a... Okay, yeah. Word. Yeah, man, hit me up. I'll teach you how to code and you know, but I'm really just trying to help people like get off of that mental feeling like you can't, like you're not good enough yet to be a developer, because you really are, man. Like if you know HTML, CSS, and JavaScript and you've made a couple projects, like you're definitely good to go. Yo, so yeah, yeah, you know, you got this, bro.
One of the things
you can either do that or you could like throw parties and stuff like that too, like whatever. Oh, okay. Whoa, shout out to Colombia. That's what's up, man. The builders are everywhere, bro. We got people from Russia, we got people from India, now we got Colombia.
Get to that point where you get to those interviews where you feel the weight come off your shoulders because he
about to talk about imposter syndrome.
You are ready. Now, the hunt is a hunt. You don't go out and get your kill every single time you go out to hunt. You have to be ready for it to take a while. You have to be ready for it to be something that can take you to your breaking point. I loved Jeff's story from the T-Spill on Friday.
Yeah, bro, drop your portfolio in the Discord. If you want us to pull it up, and I'll look at it right now.
Jeff, time and time again, had to take breaks, but just didn't give up and found a phenomenal job that fits them perfectly, all because they decided to not give up.
I'm trying to go to Brazil.
And that's easier said than done. But that's the only thing that's standing between you and a job, is you deciding to either not start the hunt or to not complete it. Because the hunt does not stop until you get a job.
You got this, bro.
With the same skill set and experiences as you have gone out and gotten a job. You can do this. You have a whole community behind you that will support you in doing this. You are ready. Just had a CTO of a major Canadian tech company respond to me on LinkedIn with a meeting date. Don't be afraid to reach out. Once you start doing it, magic starts to happen.
There it
The more you
is.
start to open these doors, the more opportunity that can come a knocking. That's it, folks. That's it. So tonight, I'm going to help you button up everything that you need to open all those doors, to start the hunt, to continue the hunt, or to refresh your hunt so you can actually get the job. But before we get into that, you are ready. Start. All right. Now, how do we not run into this situation where they had 400 plus applications with no luck, right? They had 400 plus applications with no luck. It's because they were a dirty clicker, right? They just clicked apply. Never, ever click apply. Just doesn't work. Now, can you get lucky? Yeah, you can get lucky. And when I say never ever click apply, what I really mean is you network your ass off. You try every avenue to get into that company, to talk to a real living, breathing human being, to get your work in front of people that can actually see it. If you've given it the good old 100 devs try, you've really networked, you know in your heart of hearts, you've done everything to get in front of a real human being, and for some reason it's not working out, then you click apply. But if you just click apply on 400 plus applications, don't be surprised when nothing happens. Yep. Cool. Applying is your last resort, exactly. All right, so what do you need before you start kind of networking your way in and start applying? You need the checklist. And
Here, I'm gonna drop the link to the Discord in here. Hold on.
so you can do ! Checklist here in chat, or you can click the link that's in the slides. Remember, this originally came from Stephanie, who came for 2 Mondays. They helped us build out our template replies list. You can do ! Templates if you need those templates. So thank you, Stephanie, for helping us put this together. It's everything that you need to pass the initial sniff test, right? You're about
Is that better? Volume?
you, your portfolio, your resume, your GitHub, your Twitter, your LinkedIn, your angel list, your cover letter, your cover email. It's all here with check boxes so you can follow along, with examples that you can follow. And it's everything that you need to be ready for the hunt. Now, I have a slide later on. One of our folks that went on to get a job, when they were doing their coffee chats, one of the coffee chatters said, I've had dozens of folks apply that did not have this stuff, right? They legitimately didn't have their GitHub set up. They didn't have their Twitter set up. They didn't have a portfolio. They didn't have a resume. So when you see on LinkedIn 300 applications to a job, you know 280 of them are just clickers, right? They're just clickers, right? They're just clickers. Who applies without a resume? This person. This person applies without a resume. But here's what they think. They think they have a resume, but their resume is hot garbage.
All right, we're gonna pause it real quick and check out Carlos' profile. Hey, and first off, before we look at this, I'm gonna say that there's about 60 members in the school, right? And what surprised me when I first made that room, because you know when you join the school, one of the questions is, do you have a portfolio? I would say about 95% of the people who join our school, they're all learning the code, mind you. Everyone's learning the code, but only 5% of people have some type of portfolio. And so that's why that's the first thing I always ask people, is because if you right away, you're good enough to make a portfolio pretty much right away. I would say the way that the tools are these days, I see you got it hosted on Netlify. That's the cheat code. Netlify is free, and that means that you have a GitHub, most likely, because you got your CI/CD, continuous integration, continuous deployment, I think it's called. You got that set up. You got your project files on you're opening up VS Code. That right there puts you in the developer conversation now. You're no longer just the course guy. You know what I mean? So everybody who's ready to take that leap tonight, tomorrow, this week, set a goal and take that leap. But yeah, let's check it out from the top. I like that little zoom in that it did. Stuff like that is always impressive for people when you go to, like, you know, get it going. The first thing I always do is check your links to make sure that everything here is working. Okay, that takes you down. So it's not, and this is a popular thing that happens, you know, now they do that where it doesn't open up a new page. It just takes you straight down to your thing, your skills. Bro, this is clean. This is super clean. Newbie Job Finder is a website that helps. Okay, so you have another, and you got your repo. Like, bro, this is solid, man. Your portfolio is super clean. Looks low key better than mine. I'll show y'all mine too if you want. But yeah, all right. Now I just wanted to make sure I check these out before I actually read what you have written in here. It's short and sweet, one pager, you know, which is what I recommend. What, if you don't mind, let us know what tech stack you used for this. Check it in and get it. Word. Hey, peace, bro. Good to see you again. All right, front-end developer, building, updating, and solving. As a front-end developer, I'm capable to design, build, and fix websites or applications and make them responsive with my front-end skills. I didn't even check the responsiveness of this. So yeah, sweet. Able to communicate in 2 languages and lead meetings, explaining products to clients, and ensuring customer satisfaction. It's good that you, a red flag that I always tell people is never put aspiring developer. In here, you went straight to it. And you niche down into front end. So that's good. It lets them know what you're really focused on, right? Get in touch takes you straight down to the bottom. Projects takes you straight to the projects, but we're going to keep rolling. About me, you got the professional shot in there, self-taught, front-end developer, ready to solve problems. I'm not sure I don't know how I feel about self-taught. That's to be argued, you know. Maybe you want to just put front end because you don't really if you don't have to tell them that you don't have a degree and didn't go to a school, but then that just depends on who you're talking to. Some people really respect the self-taught grind. It almost reminds me of the military, how the officers who just go straight from boot camp to officer school to be officers versus the ones who start enlisted, get it out the mud, and then become officers. Like, those guys sometimes get more respect because they got it out the mud. So self-taught can work for you in that way. But then again, why show your hand if you don't have to? You could just say front end. But that's just a little feedback on that. I'm Carlos, a self-taught individual who embarked on a journey to master web development and English fluency, having a background in customer service representative for esteemed entities like Scotia Bank and Uber. Improved your skills in effective communication and problem solving. Your transition to become a front-end developer. See, I believe that you may be giving a little bit of I'm just starting off vibes here. If I were you, my honest advice is to try and kind of like not be so honest about like how you're just getting started, because you don't really have to do that unless you really, really want to. But that could also make people don't like, or companies don't necessarily like to be the one to give the new guy a chance unless you you're dealing with a startup, someone who's looking for a discount. If you're dealing with someone who's looking for a discounted developer, then they're like, okay, this guy's new, let me hire him. But with all of the projects that you have in here, bro, why put that you're brand new. I would say try and rewrite that and take the brand new stuff away. Maybe even put like one or two more projects in here. And then like all they're going to know is like, oh my God, this guy he's built stuff before. Just put that you're a developer, bro. Put that you're a developer. Put that you don't have to make a I'm a new guy portfolio. That's all I'm saying. But anyway, your transition to becoming a front end stems from a long-held passion for creating impactful websites. Your goal is to contribute to businesses and provide a platform where individuals can learn transformative skills. Okay, we got your Facebook, your LinkedIn, and your GitHub. I'm sure everything here links up, right? I know this isn't a LinkedIn review, but yeah, you're a very, look, this is what I was looking for. Clutch. You could also put your projects in here. You can add your projects into your LinkedIn. Let me send you a follow. You can add those same projects that you have over there. Like I'll show you how I did mine. Just for example. I got the same. You got more certificates than I do. But then here I have my project also, which is a palette management app that I built. And then make, like, for example, right? Make carloscreations.com and then put that you're the founder. And then now you have real experience as a front-end web developer. Okay, you can put that starting today if you wanted to. I'm the president of the Digital Builders for the past 4 months. I worked freelancing. Put that stuff in there and try and kind of like, oh shit. Did I lose it? Oh, no. You know what I'm saying. In your GitHub. It's good you got a lot of contributions in here. Yeah, you can add this stuff to your LinkedIn if you wanted to. What can you do? Responsive design, API integration, debugging. That's so cool look at how good that looks. That's great. Able to communicate effectively. All of these skills listed. Yeah, you got the skills. You got everything needed. You obviously can build. So, the only thing I think against you a little bit is that you can tell that you're positioning yourself as a new person when you don't really need to. But thanks for sharing. Yeah, man. Appreciate you, bro, for sharing. Let's get back into this, and then I actually have to I'm gonna be coding, so I'm not gonna be watching the chat as closely as I was for the next 30 minutes. I gotta lock in for a little bit here, but I'm gonna play this because he's gonna spit the facts.
Garbage, right? They talk down about themselves. They don't highlight their skills or experiences appropriately. And so even though they might have a resume, there's grammatical errors. It's a dumpster fire, right? And they're not following an appropriate template for a resume. They just kind of grabbed something off of Canva and ran with it. That's not how this works, folks.
Anytime, bro.
ATS is looking for very specific things, like the automatic systems that are looking through it. Recruiters are looking for very specific things. So who's not applying? It's not that they're not applying with it. They just didn't put any thought into it. They didn't put any logic into it, right? Right. So grab the checklist. Has everything that you need, right? Has everything that you need to make sure that your hunt is set up appropriately. Now, before you go off the deep end, before you even start working through the checklist, the most important thing you need to think about is crafting your story, right? Crafting your story is a very simple concept, but it's hard in execution. You're trying to answer the question, why are you here? When you show up for an interview, why are you showing up for this interview? What is the plausible reason that got you from where you were to where you are now? You don't want to show up to an interview and be like, well, I need money, so that's why I'm here. You need a story that helps you pass the sniff test. Why are you the most amazing engineer? How have your background, your skills and experience made you the best engineer for this job? I don't care what you did before. You can craft that into a plausible reason as to why you're the best engineer for the job. Somebody put a job in chat for me, please. Just throw a job in chat. Like a non-coding job. Bartender. All right, bartender was the first one I saw in chat. Somebody give me a company, like a random tech company. Oh, y'all went too fast the second time. Twitter. I saw Twitter. All right. Twitter was the first one I saw. Bartender and Twitter. So off the dome, how I'd craft my story. Over the years, I've had the privilege of working with great software and horrible software. In my last opportunity, I had to use a point of sale system that continuously did not work. I would enter in orders, I would enter in drinks, and it would never work for myself. It would irate me and it would upset my customers. I decided then and there to learn how to write better code to fix these point of sale systems so that individuals could have the best experience. Right now, I know that Twitter is on the precipice of designing new experiences for their users. They're testing things like the edit button and things that will fundamentally change discourse on the internet. I want to be at a company where I can put together my past experiences building wonderful UIs that delight users, that make people happy, and bring that same skill set and experience to Twitter. Why are you here? Right? Why are you here? You need that story. You need the ability to talk highly about your past experience. I don't care what you did before. There is a way to craft that in a way that makes you a better engineer today. Because I'm telling you, the folks that you're going up against, the folks that are coming out of these 4-year degree programs that don't have a $100 project, that haven't worked with real clients, that don't have real professional experience, you should be dancing circles around them. Your past experience, right? Your past experience is the difference maker. It's the thing that's going to set you apart, not hold you back. So crafting your story is the first thing that you need to invest some time in doing. Stephanie did say that they're going to come back and help us craft the story, so we'll get that scheduled for one of our Mondays. But that's the first thing you need to spend your time on. Why are you here? Because that story, that's the first sniff test. Anyone coming out of this program has a smell. You have the boot camper smell, right? Right? You have a boot camper smell. So how do you get rid of that boot camper smell?
See so much on my cardiovascular
story that doesn't highlight that you just learned how to code, that doesn't highlight that you just learned JavaScript 4 months ago, or like none of that gets highlighted. Your skill set, your experience, the things that you're able to do. Time does not matter. What can you do? What have you done? And what could you do for that company? That's what matters. And that's what you need to highlight. And that's why crafting your story becomes so important. How do you adjust your story for different companies and different sectors? That's the hard part. You should have a different story for every company you apply to. Now, you can mold that UI example to be a bunch of different companies, but when you're talking to a recruiter, when you're talking to that first gatekeeper for that company that you're trying to apply to, you want a well-crafted story that explains why you showed up. Why are you here? It's not because you just completed a boot camp and you want a job. It's because your past skill set and experiences align with the opportunity in front of you.
So regardless, because everybody's concerns were like, okay, we have all these changes.
Right. You have to be doing these things that reduce your smell.
Increasing our ACHC because of all this.
Do not put junior anywhere in your title. Do not put aspiring on your Twitter. If you write code, you're a fucking software engineer, and your online presence should reflect that.
It's not fair, y'all have all these changes, all this redundant work.
Don't snitch on yourself. Don't undersell yourself. You all have amazing projects. You've worked with real clients, committed real code to real open source projects. You've built some amazing stuff. Do not sell yourself short. The hunt is not the time to be humble. The hunt is the time to put your best foot forward, to do everything you can to reduce the smell and to get a job.
You know, that was why you did so little extras. because
Leave humble at home. Exactly, Blah.
for your schedule. And now it's
Cool.
everybody, and then like.
And something important to remember, that first sniff test is really to get you to the nerds, right? A lot of times in the process, there's a recruiter that's in your way. There's an HR person that's in your way. There's somebody that's trying to qualify whether or not you are worthy enough to interview. Those first persons really have no ability to evaluate whether or not you go to the next round, right? I mean, sorry, whether or not you get hired. They're kind of just there to make sure that they're not putting too much of a burden on the nerds that actually will do the evaluation as to whether or not you're a good fit. And so there are a lot of things you can do that pass sniff tests, right? No person ever got in trouble referring someone to the engineers that graduated from MIT, right? That just passes the sniff test for you, right? And so what you have to think about are what are the things that are going to help me pass that initial sniff test so that the person that says they were worthy to go talk to the engineers knew how to code, right? That they were a good software engineer. What are those things that you show up as, that you talk about yourself as, that they say, you know what, you should go on to the technical portion of this interview? Things like a well-manicured GitHub with your green squares. Does it work for everyone? No. But does it work for some? Yes. They see that you're pushing code every day. Pass the test. They see that you have amazing projects in your portfolio. Pass the test. Will everyone look at your portfolio? No, but some might. Do you have real clients? Yes, you passed the test. Do you have real people that could talk about your engineering skill? Yes, you passed the test. There are all these things that you could be doing that help reduce that smell, and that's what we're talking about tonight. The goal is to get to the nerds. Once you get to the nerds, it really comes down to two questions. Can this person code, and do I want to work with them for the next 2 years? Can this person code, and do I want to work with them for the next 2 years? That's it. That's what they're trying to surmise once you get past that original person. Once you get to the nerds, once you get to the technical folks, can you code? And I want to work for the next 2 years. And the beautiful thing is, you can game either one of these. You could be really great at coding and get the job. You could be really great at the person wanting to work with you for the next 2 years and also get the job. The reason why we talk through prep, the reason why we talk through the ways that you go about these interviews that we're going to get to in a little bit is because each person that you're interviewing with typically has a vote. They get to say whether or not you go to the next round, right? Whether or not you get hired, whether or not they would want to be your coworker. And so when you're in these interviews, it comes down to, can you code? I want to work with you for the next 2 years, and you can play both of those games. Mine was that I got my job being good at the second one, not the first, but it worked. Hell yes. Yeah, and it's very true. The definition of can code varies hugely between different groups of nerds. Exactly. One group of nerds might look at your 100 hours project and go, damn, this person knows how to code. Another group of nerds might look at your GitHub and go, damn, they push code every day. They know how to code. We don't know what each company is going to use as the metric of success. That's why all this is about is opening as many doors as possible. Some people will come to me and say, Leon, no one's looked at my portfolio. Great. You haven't run into the people that care about your portfolio. Leon, nobody's looked at my resume. Great. You haven't run into the people that look at your resume. We're talking about 60 companies. Give it some time. We're talking about 180 people at those 60 companies. Give yourself some time and find your group of nerds. Some interviews go horrible. Some interviews go well. We had, well, Blob mentioned it during the tea spill, but we've had engineers that one day they cried in an interview, were made to cry in an interview, and then the next day got a 6-figure offer. That person did not change from Wednesday to Thursday. Why was one interview hell and the other interview heaven? They did not change in less than 24 hours. It's because different companies test different things. Different people work at different companies. You're going to find a fit. The reasons I say you apply to 60 companies and not apply, network your way into 60 companies is because there are 60 different cultures. There are 60 different groups of people. You find your fit. And that's when this stuff goes well. It's a numbers game. You're playing a numbers game. Do not get upset at yourself because the first 10 don't go your way. You just haven't found your people yet. Just takes one. It just takes one out of the 60. Some folks get lucky. It's the first one they ever do. Some folks do 55 and that's when they find it. Cool. Now, one of the first things you need to do, one of the first few doors you're going to open that reduce the smell and make it likely for you to make it into the initial rounds of interviewing are your portfolio, your Twitter, and your LinkedIn. Now, Telescope Thieves, who went on to get an amazing job, they had something to say, and I kind of mentioned it a little bit earlier. Just had a coffee chat, was told they see so many applicants with empty GitHubs, no portfolios, and no projects under their belts. We're on the right track, y'all, and definitely giving us the cheat codes. I agree with this wholeheartedly. You know how I know that this is true? You want to know how I know that this is true without a shadow of a doubt? It's because I've been asking the 1,300 people that are here for months to push to GitHub every day, to have a good portfolio, and to build a 100 hours project. And some of you don't have it done. So when you've been in a program that asks you week after week, month after month to do this stuff, and you're not doing it, how is some poor sucker off the street getting it done? It just ain't. It just ain't happening. So that means when you do it, when you have the portfolio that's popping, you have the Twitter that's looking good, you have the LinkedIn that's standing out, right? You're putting yourself ahead of the pack. Not all the way to the front, but you're running with a different group of people. You ever watch like a competitive race, right? There's two packs, right? You have the folks that are actually trying to win the race and everyone else. You at least want to be in the group of folks that are trying to win the race. Don't be in that group of folks that don't have their portfolio, their Twitter, their LinkedIn, their GitHub, all that crap. You're still running, but you ain't going to get anywhere. You're not going to win nothing. Why put in all the effort? Why put in the work? Why are you still running if you're not going to do the stuff that's going to literally help you win the race? It makes no sense. Just stop. I don't hope you stop. I hope you do the things that you know are going to open the doors. I hope you do the things that you know are going to be the difference in getting the job. Run with the front of the pack, right? Run with the front of the pack. Run with the folks that actually want to win, right? Run with the folks that are going to get the job done. Get this stuff done. It helps you open the doors. And I'm going to say it, and I'll be the first person to say it. You don't need to open every door. But the more you open, the more likely you are to get a job. Yeah, Dr. Eric Thomas, exactly. Winners win, losers lose. It's a really rough saying. Some people really take this saying to heart, and I hope you understand what they're trying to say. Winners find a way to win. Did Jeff lose? I'm gonna fucking cry. Did Jeff lose? No. Because winners win and losers lose. Jeff had every log thrown their way. Every log thrown their way. Months in between interviewing. But winners win and losers lose because losers give up. That's it. That's it. Winners find a way to win. That's it. That's it. There's can't say it no better. Winners win, losers lose. Winners find a way to win. Jeff was our last tea spill. For folks that missed the tea spill, Jeff had some things come up in life. They stopped the first cohort. They joined.
Okay, I can talk again.
They had a lot of things that got in their way.
My bad. I'm trying to stop talking while he's talking. But this, just to let you guys know who just came in, this is Leon Noel. This is the guy who I pretty much helped me mentally push myself out there, out of tutorial hell, and to get ready to apply for jobs and stuff like that.
But winners win and losers lose. Jeff found a way. Did Jeff open all the doors I'm asking you to open? No. They found the ones that made it possible for them to win. So I'm showing you all the freaking doors that I can. It's up to you to figure out which ones you want to open. Cool. Starts off with your portfolio, your Twitter, your LinkedIn. Blah, sorry. Here's Blah's portfolio. Beautiful portfolio. Full stack software engineer. Beautiful website. Good about me. Why are they here? What are they doing? Projects that they've worked on. The things they could do for you. Right? And at the end, you can see that it was a template. Right? No need. If you're not a designer, use a fucking template. That's it. You don't need to big brain it. You don't need to
No, like I used to a lot of y'all know I was a truck driver, And so I was all over YouTube trying to learn and listening to tutorials and stuff. And his were super long. His videos are like 2 hours long each. I would just let it play while I was driving, and it would inspire me so much to when I would get home, I would just go straight to work. He doesn't just preach. He also has like, he'll be teaching React and CSS and everything like that too. I don't know him personally. He went to Yale, and then he started this company called 100 Devs. That's why with the digital builders, I'm like, we're gonna help 100 people get hired, or was it teach 100 people to code? One or the other. 100. We going with the 100. The 100 number too. We're at 58 members in the school, trying to get to 100 as soon as possible, just so I can give back to the company that helped me. I think they just did their he said he's not doing this anymore. So I'm like, man, we gotta keep it going. I know he's not gonna copyright, me for this, because he was just giving this stuff out for free.
Think it. Yeah. Tell them about themselves, May Sunflower. It should be saying senior software engineer, blah. Come on now. Senior software engineer, right? Completely free. You just grab it, plug in your stuff, you got yourself a portfolio. And I love this portfolio because not only did it help them get a senior software engineering job for their first engineering job, but it also helped them land $1,000 client off the rip. Not anything wild. Free template, beautiful portfolio, great client, amazing job.
That's crazy, bro. Mine too.
Twitter is a powerful tool to help you find a job.
I could have done it forever, like my bills were paid and stuff, but I was so bored. I used to just play League and just drive, and I just thought like, man, I'm an artist too. I was an artist before. I got into truck driving because I had my son, and I was like, man, I need to get like a real check. So I got into that, but I used to see older people like get out of the truck. They all had that same like my back hurts kind of walk. And I was like, nah, man, I need to do something else.
Simple, to the point. Fill it out. Say what you do.
Nothing wrong with truck driving though, man. Shout out to all the truck drivers out there.
Around, right? Little bit of effort. Yep. And don't waste time redoing perfectly good portfolios. Good call, Blah. Get it done and move on with the hunt. Is Twitter really needed? Yes. It is a door that you can open. Does everyone open it? No. But
people don't believe me when I say this, bro, but I'm 36.
Hang out on Twitter. It's an easy way to network with individuals. The trick that I've taught, or I showed you what I do, is I have private Twitter lists. I put every person that I'm trying to network my way into, like to get a job, on that private Twitter list. I start liking their posts. Retweet them every once in a while. Leave a comment. You do that for a couple of weeks, you went from a nobody to an acquaintance. And acquaintances get their DMs read. So, is Twitter necessary? It's a door that you can open.
Yeah, bro.
Door. It's the easiest way I know to turn a massive amount of developers into folks that'll actually give you time of day. Twitter's helped me meet and connect with lots of devs. Yes, it's just the easiest way I know to interact with a lot of folks quickly and build up that rapport with individuals, especially in tech. So is it necessary? It's a door. I think you should open it. I think you should take it.
Look, this is my Tumblr from 10 years ago when I was 26.
To reach out to that you want to engage with, and start engaging with them. Just leave some comments, get on their radar, and when the time is right, you can reach out via DM, say, hey, I saw you have an open position. I would love to chat about the role. Boom. Coffee chats, amazing. Twitter, so easy to find folks and talk to folks and get coffee chats to build up that network. Twitter feels more social compared to LinkedIn. It is. It's way more relaxed, right? It's way more relaxed. It's a little bit easier to interact with folks.
I used to do photography.
I think is a master class on this. I know Sam is stepping away from Twitter now, but if you just go to their Twitter and like start from the beginning, like I'm dead serious. If you want a master class on how to do Twitter right, on how to like grow a network, to meet other developers, Sam is the best I've ever seen in the whole wide world. And they started with 100 devs and really took to Twitter very quickly. Go to their profile, start at the beginning, and look at the tweets they sent. Look how they interacted with people. It just really is worthwhile to spend that time. Yeah. Hey, Profits. And then last but not least is LinkedIn. You want a decent LinkedIn. I just don't want to pop up somebody's message, so I'm going to open this over here real quick. So Nick was one of our other T-spillers. I think they have a pretty solid, LinkedIn as well. And so it's all linked here in the slides. I love that they put software engineer right in the title.
Real quick, if you don't have a LinkedIn, make one right now.
What they do, where they're based, all the stuff that we actually do, like the stuff that's in the resume template, they put into the LinkedIn. They shared some important stuff. They list 100 devs. They list,
and then add me.
right? And then what I also love is that they've joined the 100 devs, right? They joined the 100 devs group on LinkedIn, and they asked folks for endorsements. So did a recruiter ever get in trouble recommending someone that had 60 endorsements for JavaScript and 59 endorsements for React and 59 endorsements for Node.js? Nah. What up, Nick? Hey, Jesus. Nah. So get on the LinkedIn group and say, hey, I would love to be endorsed for JavaScript, React, Node, and we see somebody post it, boom, hit it up. That's it. If they're in the 100 devs group, do they know JavaScript? Yes. Do they know React, the basics? Yes. Do they know JS? Yes. So is it hard to recommend somebody for those three things when you know they went through this program and did all three of them? No. Boom. So go through and do it. And they got 20 other skills too, which is pretty dope. So I think this LinkedIn is a pretty good LinkedIn. Definitely go through it. Make sure yours mimics this. I also shared Danny Thompson's LinkedIn course. I really do recommend it. It's completely free. It'll walk you through all the things you need to be thinking about when setting up your LinkedIn. I need a like a Nightbot command for that course. But it's on Discord. I've shared it before. Make sure you can just go through the Follow On Materials channel, search for LinkedIn, and it'll pop up. How many LinkedIn endorsements is too many? There is no such thing as too many. Yeah. Is that a YouTube course? Yeah, he has it on YouTube. It's like 4 videos where he shares like all the most important stuff to think about when going through LinkedIn. So, yeah.
It'd be a good idea just to start yo, what's up, bro? It'd be a good idea to just start adding companies and developers in your area and start looking for meetups where they hang out at, like hackathons or startup communities and different things like that. Any kind of like anything that you're into, and you also want to start trying to get your network going now for when you are ready, when you do hook up your LinkedIn right and stuff.
And getting socials in order got me a $3,000 freelancing client. That's huge. Congrats.
What's up, bro? Thanks for hanging out. We're chilling, man. I'm here coding right now, working on some stuff. But I figure every time I sit at this chair now, I'm like, man, why don't I just hit record or just go live and just just chill. I'm here anyway. I might as well.
Hey, we're both in 100 devs. Loved your profile. Send a message. Let them know why you're adding them on LinkedIn. Your LinkedIn, if you got anything from my speedrun classes, what was the one thing that you just kept seeing in my speedrun classes? What did you see? Like every single time I was finding somebody a job, I was looking up a job, I was looking for people that worked at that company.
Yep, I do. The project I'm working on right now is Node.js backend.
Yes, I was sending them personalized messages, but I was connected to them already. They were always second connections. Almost every single person I pulled up, random people from random companies I was connected to. I treat my LinkedIn like gold. I add folks that I know so that when I see that I'm connected to someone, I can ask for the connection, right? Treat your LinkedIn that way too, right? If you
That's that ADHD, bro.
project with them, if you've met them in voice chat, don't just randomly add them. Like having more people on LinkedIn doesn't really do anything for you, but when you can use it as a real network to get intros, that's a whole different story. Cool. And last but not least, before we move on, we're gonna take a break. We can take a break here. When we come back, I'll talk about kind of the things we just covered. So we're at the top of the hour. If you're new around these parts, we like to take a break at the top of every hour. Be healthy. If you are able, right? If you're able, please get up, move around, hydrate, take care of yourself. Taz Express 2022 gave me a hydrate. Thank you. Mid Mule and Player 09X gave me a posture check. I'm going to get into that. The only JCS gave me another hydrate. Thank you. And Governator gave us a 2-minute extension on the.
Yeah, see, this is my other screen.
This will be not a 5-minute break, but a 7-minute break, folks. Please, if you're able, go look out the window. Go tell somebody you love them. All right, so we talked about kind of portfolio, Twitter, LinkedIn.
I thought you was getting off on me.
Now we have the portfolio piece. So here's my little bit of code for you. If designer equals true, then go ahead and design your portfolio. If not, use a template. Right? Somebody says, you're a developer. Why'd you use a template? That's
so funny. I was just talking. I don't know if bro's still in here, but we were just talking about that because he was talking about how he doesn't know enough HTML or CSS, or he's trying to master it so he can build his own stuff. I was like, bro, just use a template.
Because I'm not a designer. All right. So templates, the place to start is HTML5 up. They just have free templates. They're not shady. Like they don't have like weird stuff. Like, I don't know. There's a lot of places when you try to download templates, you always wind up with like an extra buddy on your computer. And so I like this site. They're free. Once you get a paid client, I am definitely a fan of using better templates. Theme Forest has a lot of them. Depends what you want to use. There are a lot of like Tailwind templates now and stuff like that. So these are like the only places to find them. But just kind of like once you get a client, and if you have some of the money coming in from your client work and you want a better template,
yep, same here, bro.
Totally fine. People get amazing clients, amazing jobs with just HTML5 templates. So don't.
I'm looking at the chat on my phone, the Visual Studio Code / ChatGPT on the main one. I've got this like this like binaural this frequency kind of thing on the one on the left, and then this screen is the one on the right.
You can just use the netlify.app. One of the examples I always give is Sean.
Whoa.
RC. A lot of folks here at 100
Hold up.
Devs. They famously got an offer.
Let me try and reload this.
One of the things that so many folks have said, right? So many folks have said on Discord, especially during the so you can follow along with examples that you can follow. And it's everything that you
Let me do a sound test here. Okay, I'm not sure why that was so frozen. One project that will get you hired. Should we switch it up? Or go back to that other one? What else do we have here that's interesting? Software developer reviews. One of the most creative portfolios I've ever seen. One project that will get you hired. Oh no. Yeah, let's see what this guy's talking about.
Hello everybody and welcome back to another video. Today we have yet another episode of Junior Developer Portfolio Reviews. Some of these reviews are getting really good. Way better than the portfolio that I had put together when I applied for my first job. Super impressive. So stick around and we will get into the review.
I like that. I need to start editing my videos.
Before we get started, I want to give a quick shout out to today's video's sponsor. It's you. Yep. Views are the only way this channel makes money right now. So if you've been here before, you like the content, do me a favor, like and subscribe to the channel. It's not that bad, right? On the plus side, every literal dime that this channel generates right now, which isn't many, goes back into tools and equipment to bring you better video content. So if you're out of here, you don't need to see that. It is not going to help you, it's just gonna hurt you. If you really want to know why I don't like pictures, look at my past portfolio reviews. I say this all the time. Full stack web developer, that's good. You don't need to say based in Seattle. If you're applying for a position that could potentially be remote, someone's just going to see Seattle and write you off really quickly. A really good example of this, my girlfriend.
He's got me thinking bad about my portfolio. I got a picture in mind. Hold on. Did I say my state? Here's mine. In case y'all have never seen mine. Hey there, welcome to my digital space. I'm a software engineer specializing in full stack web development. Dive into the world of tech with me and let's explore. See, this is obviously ChatGPT. All of this. But got my LinkedIn. This says Medium, but it leads to my Instagram. GitHub, mail. See, I would never recommend that, by the way. Have a blog. Goes down to my projects, digital builder 757, palette management system that I built for this janitorial distributor I used to work for. Just Another Carpenter. This is actually a WordPress website that I built for a carpentry company down in Atlanta. This is one of my first freelance clients that I had. I had more projects up here, but I deleted them because I didn't like the design. When I was first freelancing, I had some ugly designs, templates that I went with, and it wasn't good. So I got rid of a lot of them. And then I have this one here. But yep, this is the portfolio that got me hired. And it's actually, and then I got my GitHub here, my LinkedIn, Instagram again, GitHub, and to mail me. And then if you click the top right, it takes you to my resume. I always thought that was pretty cool. But the crazy thing about this, if you guys are interested in this portfolio, it's absolutely free. This is just Gatsby.js. It's React on the front end, hosted on Netlify. And the pages are actually written in Markdown, which actually is like plain old English. And look, y'all just seen this, right? Some of you have already seen, you already know what I'm about to do. Gatsby.js starter. If anyone wants to use that portfolio, I don't care. We can all have it. You go Gatsby.js starter. Then you go down to, there's not that many of them. Does this look familiar? It's the exact same thing. I was having, this said Medium instead of Instagram because for some reason, actually I think I did fix it. I figured out how to fix it, but I must have not, I didn't deploy it. I definitely I went back. Like now I know enough to fix stuff like that. But at the time, I think when I first made it, I definitely didn't. But yeah, man, it's the same exact thing. And if you guys wanted to grab this, all you got to do is copy this command line here and paste it in your terminal. It'll download that entire thing onto your computer, and then you go to Netlify and you can host it for free. And it's gonna look like this. This right here is that project. Oh wait, that is not that project. That's what I was working on. Hold on. Where is it? Is it this one? Oh. Yeah, why is it two different? This and then this, maybe? Hold on a second. Well, you get the point. You get the point. I'm getting off target here. But yeah, that's all you got to do, man. Then you go to Netlify, you make an account for Netlify, and then you can just host it from there. Absolutely free. Hosting is free. Downloading that thing is free. And not only, say you don't like the black and white vibe of this one here, you can grab any of those other starter templates and do the same thing. Gatsby.js starter. This entire library here is free. This is one of my favorite ones. That is so impressive because look at the background. You know, hi, I'm your name. Once you download it, if you gotta just know enough HTML, CSS, and JavaScript to change the stuff. Oh, that WordPress one, I did not use PHP. It was a theme, so it was very much like drag and drop and like Canva style. Like I didn't need to do any PHP because it was already pretty much pre-built. I was just changing the text and all the different things like that. That's actually how I started. I started as a freelancer. One thing about me, for whatever reason, I was very good at getting those freelance jobs. Like when I was truck driving, there was this one smoothie shop that I would stop in every single day. And I eventually ended up, they were one of my clients. They were one of my first clients because, you know, I became a regular at that place. And then one day I made this, I made a flyer on Canva for a medical transport company. So I was inside the smoothie shop with my like box of flyers because I was meeting the guy to give him the flyers there. And the owner was like, "What you got there, man?" And I showed him. I was like, "Oh, look." He was like, "You do stuff like this?" And I was like, "Yeah." And then he said, "Hey, we need to talk." You know, he was mad at his marketing guy. So I created his digital display for his menu, and then got some other gigs like that through him, which kept, you know, I kept getting little things like that. Just another carpenter, that carpentry company down in Atlanta. That guy owned a tattoo shop when he was here, and he used to do my tattoos. We were connected on Facebook, and we were just like keeping in touch. And then I found out that he had his carpentry business down in Atlanta, and he needed a website. So I did that. There was a barber shop. So yeah, I had a whole bunch. So then by the time it came for me to have a interview as a software engineer, even though I had never really like had experience with like a real software engineer, I had so much experience, and my story was of getting stuff done was so valid. You know, my portfolio was so like this was pretty impressive here, even though it's just one page. This is Express in the back end, and React in the front end, and when you type that in, it changes that. This is all it was a palette management system for my job at the time, to help us be able to tell what customers' orders were on the shelf that was too high up to see. I made an app so we could just do it on our phones. So, you know, I just had a history of getting stuff done, and I sold myself as that. And I was honest. I was like, you know, this is my first time really working as like a real software engineer, but I'm a freelancer and I build websites for people. I've built apps before. You know, I started a meetup where I teach coding. I teach JavaScript once a week, and these are all the type of things that when we're juniors and we've never worked before, we don't really think to do those type of things. Most of the time, you know, we're like so locked into our courses, and in our mind, when I finish this course, then I'm gonna have my projects, and then I'm just gonna apply. But you gotta think. I try to tell people to like, no, there's way more things that you can do. You can sign up at meetup.com. Go meet some developers, man. Go to meetup.com, go to search events, and type in React. I should probably put, create a personal. So if, you know, wherever you live, there's going to be something that you can go to. WordPress development. And then when you get there, you're going to meet other people like yourself. And then show them your projects. Just get more inspired. I went to a conference. You have to they say surround yourself around the people that you want to be. So find a way to put your junior self around people who aren't juniors anymore, basically. How did you go about getting an interview? Because usually that's the hardest part. See that? So I'm trying to think of exactly like where in the timeline it starts, but it would be probably, because I went to these hackathons, right? That Leon Noel guy who we were watching earlier, one of our lessons, the homework was to go to a hackathon. So I went into Meetup, to start, you know, getting out there. So I went to Meetup and I typed in, I think, JavaScript here, and I didn't really see a lot happening. This is our event Thursday, by the way. We're doing a JavaScript open chat. We got 19 people signed up. But when I did this, I didn't see anything. So I created my own digital builder, 757. It started as a meetup. And then I went down to this building called Assembly Norfolk, right? Where this is a startup community. This is our local, where I live in Hampton Roads. This is our local version of like Shark Tank. It's one of the dopest buildings in town, right? So I went here because what does every single startup need? They all need developers. They're all trying to start something. And I went and I talked to Hunter, who is the guy who like is in charge of our startup community. And I asked him if I could hold my JavaScript class here inside this building. I told him that I wanted to teach founders how to make WordPress websites. Easy, right? And then he said, well, okay, that sounds cool, but there's also a hackathon that someone else this guy who used to work for Apple, Jake, was holding there. So why don't you just like come to that or partner with him? So I partnered with him to help him plan it. And that got me like, I was all of a sudden now I'm like a part of staff because I was with, WordPress is PHP, but I never really like, you don't really necessarily need it. And no, I never have done elite code anything, bro. But Shopify, WordPress developers, what languages? Yeah, you don't really technically need a language anymore with WordPress. But so I was on the staff side of these people here. So now I kind of made my name for myself in this group, right? And then this lady who is like a boss over there, Eileen. One day I was meeting somebody inside this building. Someone hit me on Facebook. We were literally sitting right here, right? and I had a meeting with this dude who was like a prospect who I was considering partnering with him. It didn't really, nothing came out of that meeting. I just decided to meet here for whatever reason that day. And then Eileen, this lady, walked by and she was like, hey, Lionel, you build websites, don't you? And I was like, yeah. And she said, can you rebuild my WordPress? I mean, rebuild my website? How much would you charge me? So I stood up, I rebuilt her website, which was just a WordPress template, you know, but I helped her do it. I got it done. We need to make a new one because the SSL is expired, and we're having trouble. Long story short, after that, like 2 weeks later, she tagged me and 2 other developers in a group chat and told us to reach out to this company that's looking to hire software engineers. And when I saw that, I immediately reached out to that dude and he set up an interview with me the next day. While the other 2 developers, one of them worked for Apple and the other one is like a super busy, super lit UI UX guy. And he didn't respond back to the group chat till like days later, and the other one didn't respond at all. And I by the time he did, I was like, hey man, I got an interview with them the next day. And he was like, oh great, good for you, good luck. And then yeah, that's what happened, bro. So I went to my interview and I got picked up by my company, you know, and yeah, so now I work for, you know, that was my path. My path was through freelancing and getting out there and just like making it happen that way. I don't know how to do a lot of those. I could probably still not pass a technical interview. Luckily for me, and you don't really need to do that type of stuff to work, you know, and to build websites and to build things. Use Git Bash. The digital builders do any online stuff. You're in Atlanta but would love to be part. Yeah, this JavaScript open chat here is actually online. I'll go ahead and link the I'll link it, bro. We're just talking JavaScript. Nothing too formal. Anyone can speak whenever, you know, and we're just trying to help deepen our understanding of JavaScript. We're just yeah, I'm gonna post this in the Discord so that I could post it into the chat. But yeah, that's what the plan is for this JavaScript open chat. I just want to go over like what's an object, what's a function, what's a loop, and how do these things actually relate to the website. Because I know a lot of times when you're learning how to code and you're learning this stuff, like it can feel a bit far removed from reality. Like when would you need to use a Boolean in an actual project and stuff like that? You know, we're gonna talk about stuff like that. Yeah, bro, and that's why I'm trying to help people get past that barrier of where you're just doing tutorial after tutorial. If I showed y'all my Team Treehouse account, how many lessons inside here that I did, and I know that like even when it's done, it's not like you necessarily, it's so hard to get this stuff locked into your head anyway. But I do still appreciate, look how many points I have 8,000 points in here. But I did, look at the stars, like I went through all of this stuff, bro. But you, it's so difficult to like know when to stop. You know what I mean? I did the front end web development thing. I did the beginning JavaScript thing. All these circles mean I completed this. Web design, beginning SQL, never finished that one. I still use this sometimes. Full stack foundations, beginning PHP, JavaScript web development, design and build a website, Rails, start your coding journey, Bro, I went through, look, web programming skills for, I believe that was GraphQL. Sometimes still, whenever I have to deal with the new technology, I'll be like, let me do a course real quick. I did the entire full stack JavaScript course. I was determined to finish this thing, because the reason why I say do courses though, I didn't ever want somebody to say something and I didn't know what the hell they were talking about. At least if you say, hey man, we're gonna be building React hooks. We're gonna be building hooks in React today. At least I know what that is. I might not be able to open up VS Code and build you one, but I know what you're talking about. So I use courses in that way, and I finish them as fast as I can and make sure that I have some sort of idea, because I know that when it comes time for me to actually work, I'm going straight to Google. I'm going straight to ChatGPT. That is how it works, 9 times out of 10. But you definitely want to know the language to where you have at least a mental concept of what things like managing state is, what something like GraphQL is. You don't want to be completely lost. And then of course be honest and be like, yeah man, I know what that is, but I just need to, I need to brush up on it or whatever, But yeah, we're most likely, I'm talking a very, very specific path. I work for a startup that's very like chill. If you're trying to work for Google and you're trying to pass a technical interview, if you're going on LinkedIn and Indeed and stuff like that, and you're going for these type of jobs where, oh wow, this has no applicants. I've never seen something with no applicants. Chesapeake AWS Certified Solutions Architect. Oh, that's just a tutor, but still, that's still pretty amazing. Senior software engineer has over 100 applicants. So think about it that way, bro. Are you really gonna put yourself in this pile, or would you be better off going the meetup route? Oh, dude, you don't need a team to go to a hackathon. Hackathons are like pickup games of basketball. You build your team there. You just gotta, you have to be willing to put yourself, yo, 16, that's what's up. You have to be willing to put yourself into the fire, bro. That's the craziest, hardest part. I was talking to Paul about that. Matter of fact, I believe it was on Discord. We were talking about it. We were just talking about it today because I was telling him about my plans and how I want to interview him one day. Look, what's the last message he said? To break in, you have to show that you can learn quickly and make real deployments. Very few people actually get through the tutorials and also make stuff on their own. So that right there is what is going to set you apart. As soon as you start making stuff on your own, you're now a developer. You're no longer learning, and that's completely up to you whenever you make that jump. Let's take another look at this thing Paul built, because it deserves more attention. DJ Salad Spinner. I believe it was over here. Y'all see my ADHD kicking in live.
Get my music lined up here. Yep, make sure that my volume's good.
For y'all that don't know, Paul was on my team at a hackathon, and you built the team there. Everyone names their idea, and then it's like pick up basketball. Like, yo, you come over here, you come over. Like, you just walk around, you build a team.
I got my little console here that shows me my RPM. It'll sling it to this web page, and with any luck, it'll play some music. You ready? I said, are you ready? Here we go.
Never let you down, baby. Call me Manny back out, alley-oop.
This is the way to jam out in group now.
Yeah, he built this thing on his own.
Hell yeah!
So yeah, I would say I honestly would say start freelancing, but also LinkedIn is super good for networking in your local area. What I noticed about LinkedIn is that it's almost like all of the developers and all of the like, you know, they have a little clique, and it's on LinkedIn. It's really on LinkedIn more so than like any other social platform. And in your city, most likely there's a group of maybe like 100 people that all, you know, like each other's stuff and share each other's stuff. And they're developers and people who hire developers and project managers and people who make the logos, people who do the front end, people who do the back end. You like, this guy used to work with that guy on that company, and this guy knows him from over there. So then he introduced him. Think of it as an entire web. And by you making one and you put your flag down in your city, and then you raise it up like, hey, you know, me too. And then you put your portfolio out there, you start sending friend requests, and then these people also hold events. You start showing up at the hangouts for developers. We have one coming up Thursday. What I was actually thinking for the open chat that we're doing Thursday, Paul, that guy Paul is holding one at I believe it's at it's at like a grocery store, Wegmans, I think. What's it called? Is it Dev Hangout? I think it's called Dev Hangout. Shit. Yeah, happy hour. There it is. So this thing starts literally 30 minutes after our JavaScript open chat. So I was like, why don't I just go do my JavaScript thing from there? There's gonna be 19 people there. I'll have my computer. I could bring my whole setup. You know what I mean? And then I could be like, hey, Paul, come talk to the people real quick. If I bring like a microphone. But look, this is 19 people who I don't know, who are all, most likely, all of them are also developers. Let me see. You know what I mean? So you got to do stuff like that. So look, we got Paul, who's an awesome developer. We got me going, a bunch of other people who are obviously... Oh, I remember this dude from the hackathon. He works for Amazon, actually. This dude here. Yeah, he's part of Python group. So there, you need to put yourself next to these people, you know? And now, even though you're still learning and you know you're still brand new, at least you're there. Learning web dev, located in Norfolk. Word, yeah, bro. Nice to meet you, man. Come, shoot, Thursday. Hey, if you're on Meetup, bro, we're gonna be here in Wegmans, you know. But good to meet you, man. But yeah, that's what we're doing, bro. We're putting ourselves out there. I know as developers, a lot of us are introverted. I know that networking can be awkward and feel kind of corny, like you don't know them, why would they give you a chance? But you will be very, very surprised. Every single developer knows what you're going through. They know what it's like, because whether you have a CS degree or you went to a boot camp or you learned self-taught, this shit is hard. No matter what, this shit is hard. So we all know what we all are going through trying to learn this stuff, and we all know how many people give up and don't make it. So there's sympathy there, man. And it's like, you know, of course you're gonna run into your asshole here and there every once in a while, but I would say for the most part, like 9 times out of 10, you're gonna land a mentor. You're gonna land somebody who's gonna be like, hey man, like, yeah, if you're stuck on something you're trying to build, hey, take a look at this. Sure, they'll be so happy to come over there. Like, especially the ones who are good. the more skilled the developer, the more like esoteric their language is. So if you're actually going to sit there and listen to them, we'd love to talk to somebody who we could talk about like recursion, or like, you know, how does a JavaScript object relate to objects in the real world? Are we living in a simulation? You know what I mean? These are the type of conversations that you get to talk with developers about when you meet them in person. You know, oh, what tech stack do you use? What languages do you use? What's your favorite, like, I know that there's some like millionaire developer dude, right? And I seen him and I asked him, because I was like, you use Next.js, don't you? And he said, yeah. And I was like, is the serverless functions better than the ones that aren't? You know, and he talked to me for like an hour straight about that. You know, and I was just soaking it in because I'm like, damn, this dude's actually talking to me. The meetup is both. It's on, well, our meetup is online, and I think that we're gonna crash this meetup at Wegmans, which is in person, because I know Paul anyway. Yeah, he's part of he starts his own thing, so we're probably gonna crash their meetup with ours. You know, and we'll be off in the corner on the computer because we're talking JavaScript, but I'm positive they're gonna come walk over and say stuff and be like, what are you guys doing? So I think that'd be super cool, and maybe I can get some footage or even like live stream it or something like that. That'd be super cool. Do you think someone can learn coding self-taught while working a full-time job? Yes, you can. It is definitely not gonna be easy. You might have to like trade your Netflix time for that, or a little bit of your gaming time for that. It's gonna be super hard, but you can. You definitely can. You're in high school and you have a part-time job, man. You are definitely not lost if you're in high school and you're talking about programming. You are 10 steps ahead of most high school people that I know. I mean, I don't know a lot of high school people, but you know what I mean. But yeah, bro, coding and working is extremely hard. I did that for like a year. I was truck driving and learning how to code mostly off of YouTube. I would stop at Barnes & Noble during my lunch break and get in trouble for being there for 2 hours and taking too long to finish my route. I would stay up late at night and be late to work. So then I tried as hard as I could to get an office job, and I finally did. So then I had an office job working 9 to 5, and on my lunch break, I was coding there. I was off into the corner freelancing and coding, and when I got off work, I was still, you know, working and stuff like that. And I think it's 2 months ago, I finally got hired and was able to go remote, which is what I'm doing now. That's why I'm wearing a suit in my house. It's because I woke up this morning, I did not feel like doing anything. I was streaming till like 4 o'clock in the morning last night, and then the guy who's helping me with my YouTube thumbnails lives in India. He woke me up at like 8 o'clock in the morning and was asking me to like take pictures and send them to him. So I only slept 4 hours, and I was going to like clock in and start coding, and I just was not feeling it. So I took a shower and I put a suit on and I sprayed cologne like I was going somewhere, and then I came and sat here and I started working. So that's what we're doing. Drinking coffee. You know, every time I sit here, I want to go live now because I'm making record speed to being monetized in YouTube. So I'm just gonna keep going live to, like, you know, get there faster, because that's gonna be a nice little side hustle going on when I get my YouTube rolling, right? Can't come in person because you live. Oh, okay, yeah, bro. But man, it would be great to have you join us still. If you need the link, I think I put it in there, but it's also in the Discord also. Yep, it's in the Discord. It changes. Yep, that's what we're doing. Yeah, this is our project that we did from the hackathon. Jacob is like working on the CSS for it, fixing what it looks like. We all have our like various roles with the project. That's another thing about a hackathon. I was walking upstairs at the hackathon. We won second place, right? But halfway through the hackathon, I had the craziest realization, y'all. I was like, wait a minute. This is like a whole nother company that I'm now a part of. Because when I went to the hackathon, I was gonna do my own thing. There's this company called Social Supply that I run the tech side of this company. We throw parties and they're very successful, and I'm supposed to be building a ticketing app for this company. See, this is me right here on the site. So I was like, I'm gonna go to the hackathon and use that to build the ticketing app. But I was asking everybody I knew, should I start my own or join another team? And when I saw the people who were forming the team for Team Jet, I made my decision. It's actually live, matter of fact. I caught it on YouTube, yo. Let's look at that. I'll show you exactly the moment that I made the decision. And I said, you know what? Fuck my idea. I'm gonna join this other team. And then, like I was about to say, now I'm a part of a whole new company. Like, literally, there's no reason for anyone who knows a little bit of ACE. This is the video here. So this is that building assembly, right? And right now, everyone's gonna go through and they're gonna talk about their ideas. They were doing programs where they were teaching different frameworks that you can use for your projects that you're building, and then at the end, everybody goes around and says their idea. Wait, let me make sure the sound is right. Can y'all hear that?
As you're choosing your web frameworks, you're doing a monolithic backend, you might opt for something like Django or Ruby on Rails that call themselves batteries included. You get authentication, you get an admin console, and all sorts of things that are nice for running your startup without having to build.
Yeah, bro. Working remote is awesome. I'm gonna try to skip through this. So look, this guy right here was building a guitar pedal app. So it starts with him.
Sort of UI interface though would be a sort of block code style programming interface, so that you don't have to know C++, you don't have to know Python, whatever at a high level in order to use this, and so that makes it accessible for your updates.
Thank you, Renee.
Yeah, with the app really the first look on advertising is you know how much power someone has for advertising versus
I was there with no mic. I went there completely unprepared with this shitty little webcam, and I was like, man, what the hell am I doing? So the sound is super low. I'm sorry about that, y'all. It's cranked as hard as high as it can be. But this lady was, I'll explain it because I'm sure y'all probably can't hear him. They were building something that was supposed to market to people with subliminal advertising. It was like two girls, and they were looking for developers to help them. Like, none of them could code, so I was like, I don't know if I'm gonna do that. Let's speed it through. He said, "What are you looking for?" And she said, "Developers." And then everyone started laughing because they're like, "Okay, y'all need help building that." This dude's idea was super cool. He said he's gonna build something where you trace in the air and then you can write. You're basically writing in the air. I think it was called like, I forget what he called it.
You need to make a ticket though.
Yeah, all right, we're gonna speed through his explanation of that. This guy here had a barbershop app that he wanted to build where like you can order haircuts. And this is Tim. And I asked him, he started talking about how he's building an AI blog. He's building a blogging app to make writing easier. And I asked him, I was like, are you using AI for that? Is AI gonna be involved? Okay.
Wait for customer to send evidence.
That's when I made my decision. When I said, "Is AI involved?" He said, "Absolutely," and I said, "Okay, say less, say less." As soon as this shit was over, I went and I was like, "Hey, are you guys still looking for? Y'all still recruiting? Y'all looking for more people?" My mind, if I'm going to do this idea or join a team yet, but my idea is there's a company called Social Supply, a local party promoter, pretty much company, and I run the tech side of that company, and our biggest expense is Ticketmaster and Eventbrite. So I've been doing a prototype for a while now. Yeah, so then I talked about that, you know, and he shows the check that we're gonna make, and then yeah, I kind of, this was like the second day after I started the YouTube channel, by the way. So I was completely like not even thinking this was gonna matter.
She didn't have evidence.
They had free food the whole weekend. It was catered. It was awesome. It was mad people. We had a party for the mixer. Like, it was awesome.
Showcase. Tonight we have tacos. We had a impressive showing at programming. Awesome. Everybody that can make it has full access.
Thanks for hanging out, guys. I hope that the audio was okay. This is day one. This is Bo. You're gonna be seeing. So yeah, you know, that's what I'm saying, bro. Most likely there's something like this inside of your community. Meetup.com is a great way to find that stuff. Usually hackathons are usually held at schools. If you don't have one in your area, I would recommend start one. Be the one who, you know, see what happens. Maybe, you know, but in order to do that, you may need a LinkedIn, and you may need to like find the developers and kind of like build the community and put yourself out there a bit. I got completely lost. Oh, okay, we were here. But yeah. DJ Salad Spinner.
So thanks. Now. Hell yeah. So thanks. This has been super fun. I hope you enjoy it. If you have any questions, if you see this video, you know who I am. Just ask me. It's Node, Johnny5. It's a Node bot. Yeah, web stuff. There's a browser, a server.
It'd be cool to have him do a tutorial on that here one day. But yup. Yeah, so startups are great to work for because they actually have a kind of a reputation for giving juniors a chance. Yup. So yeah, let's get back to Leon Noel for what he was saying. Since that's pretty much on target with the whole like networking and getting out there. He said never click apply on some of those websites. I think we were here.
It's everything that you need to be ready for the hunt. Now, I have a slide later on. One of our folks that went on to get a job, when they were doing their coffee chat.
I'm gonna go to LinkedIn, the LinkedIn part.
And then last but not least is LinkedIn. You want a decent LinkedIn.
Yeah, we actually did, bro. We won. There's this thing called Makerspace that you can go to where you can build anything. Makerspace, I think it's called 757 Makerspace. we all have access to this building, so we can go in here. The membership, I'm not sure how much the membership costs, but apparently it's a lot, and it's a really awesome building where they have all these different tools to build stuff that we all have a membership to here. And then we also have a membership to that place, Startup Studios, where so I can pretty much go there. My entire team can go here and work whenever we want, and it's open until I think like 11 at night. We got a desk. They got free coffee, showers there if for some reason you need to shower. But yeah, first place got the $1,000 though. I was like, man, when we didn't get that. That was another video. You can see where we if y'all want to check it out, where we did our pitch at the end. Here it is. Paul did it.
It does? Hey, there.
This dude is so awesome. This is DJ Salad Spinner. These guys beat us here. It was a esports Discord artificial thing that they made.
To the chat prompt, and you're going to tell it, figure out what it is.
I think it was his pitch, man. This dude was killing the questions that they were asking him.
Thousands of lines of code later, figure out that that's the score, and you have now spent $200 on extra.
Next we got Jet, Team Jet. Jet with how many T's?
2 T's.
That's right.
Yo, what's up, bro? We're just going over like networking and what I did at the hackathon and what it meant for my career and me getting opportunities as like a newer developer and stuff like that. This is our presentation at the hackathon.
What's my time limit?
We have 5 minutes. We'll give you a 1-minute warning.
I think they said a month membership, a month or two. Oh, but it's for Startup Studios. I think it was like 3 months.
Yeah, I got a plan. All right. I got a plan. Tell me when you're ready, because we only got 5 minutes.
I need to if I can get one of those cameras like he has, I'm gonna start taking that thing everywhere and just getting more footage and showing y'all, like, because I'm going to everything. I have a camera, a whiteboard right here with the schedule. I'm gonna start going to everything and getting footage.
Team Jet! Team Jet! Woo! Ready? Yeah. Hello, everybody. My name is Paul Chin Jr. I'm part of Team Jet, which also includes this guy here, Jacob. Say yeah, Jacob. We got Lionel. Hey, yeah, Lionel. We got Tim, the mastermind, and we got Lee here, and a remote member also watching from home. Caleb, we are doing so great. We love this weekend. We're so glad we're all here. Who blogs? Who wants to blog more? Yeah. That's everybody. That's what we do.
I need a tripod because this is a little ridiculous, but it's a webcam.
Blah, blah, blah. But I'm going to go ahead and put in a company right now, one that we all love. Has anybody been in the 3 ships yet? Downstairs, isn't that great? So if I were like, oh, that we generate personas, and that's where our kind of big value add is in these personas. It's like if you're working with an agency.
So basically the way it works is that all you have to do when you log into our website is you type in the website of who you need to write a blog for, and then you type in, and then you pick a persona as far as like what type of personality you want the blogs to be written for, and it'll generate like 10 blogs at a time.
Told us just in very short, like just a website and your vertical. And then the model will take over, and through these writing personas, we'll be able to generate a full-on blog post about coffee, and then the best part is publish. It'll connect directly to like a blogging platform or your Notion API or some others like Substack. So let's go back to what it has done. So give me a number 1 to 15. Anybody?
Yo, what up, bro? Nerd Kingdom. Hey, the thing on his head actually does nothing. It just adds to his presentation. It's like some 90s video game controller or something like that.
Correct blog topic. And so from here, we go into the parts where like...
So he was the one who actually connected it to ChatGPT's API. I watched him do it. It was actually easier than I thought it would be, but maybe he just knows his shit that good that, you know, you see it up there writing the blogs now. I created all of the pages, which was cool because now I know how to do that in Next.js. Like I've seen it done before because my Gatsby portfolio is kind of the same structure. It's one of those, like, if y'all have ever worked with Next.js where you just make the folder and then whatever name of the folder you create, it's going to be the name of the domain, not the domain, the slug, you know, like /about. Then you put your code inside that folder, and everyone was like index.tss, I think, because it was a TypeScript file. I could pull it up and we can look through it, and that'll like jog my memory. I haven't really been in the back end or in the code since the hackathon. They're working on it. Tim, I'm a little bit too busy right now with the YouTube channel and my project that I'm working on, the startup that I work for. But, you know, of course I'm going to help them as we continue. So, but that's the thing, bro. If y'all go to a hackathon, now we have a Discord room. I remember I was walking up the stairs at the end of this, and I think I was shooting a YouTube video when I said this. And I was like, I just had a realization, bro. Did I just join a company? Like, not on accident, but we're not going to stop. After the hackathon, we're going to keep going. And I have a legitimate role on the team now. And shit, who knows if we get this thing funded, if we start getting customers or even startup studios, like if one of them are like, hey, here's $100K, like let's give me 5% of the company, here's $100K, let's see what you guys can do with this. And then we would like take it from there, right? Who knows, that could happen. And I'm in a group of people who are all super established developers, and you know, we're still working on this thing. And all from just, y'all saw I was sitting in the room at the hackathon and I chose like, okay, I'm gonna go with you. If you let me, you know, I know React, I know HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. I could help, sure. So I was making the pages. Jacob was doing the CSS. Paul was working on the connection between ChatGPT and the project. Caleb was sending emails to companies. He sent emails to like 600 different companies for like customer proof, so that was part of our presentation, because 5 companies hit us back saying that they were interested. Lee was doing something else with the blogs too. I didn't really go look at their computer because I was so like trying to make sure that I held my side. And plus Jacob, I don't know if Jacob's in here, but he only really does the front end. So a lot of times I was helping him like kind of figure his stuff out too. I think he felt better asking me than asking one of the OGs, you know, like to help him, because they were more busy and stuff like that. Like I was just making the pages, and it was the same thing over and over again. Like it was the same structure pretty much. Oh yeah, Tim made a wireframe of like pictures for me to base it on. Shoot, we got the Discord right here, matter of fact, where we were like kind of working off of. It was this one. Yeah, I'm sure if I go way up here, we could even see like when we first started working on it. Okay, that's the end when we took a picture at the end. So I gotta go way up. Way up here. This is we were building this thing and kind of communicating in Discord more than anything. Price model. I didn't know we were talking that much. This is the room that we were working in. We would just go in that building. This is when Jacob was working on the logo. This is the first one. I made the pencil thing, and then Lee added this trippy stuff to it, but we didn't end up going that direction. Let me see. How do I get up? Okay, here it is. So this is the wireframe that I was building my pages off of this. So you got /login, /signup, /home, /website info, /step, /readers, /post, /author selection. Pick. So I was building all of these pages one by one. And then Jacob came and was doing the CSS to make it look good. So that was perfect for me because I do not like doing CSS. Jacob doesn't really know how to build pages for all that I know. So yeah, I had a pretty simple job. I was just doing that. So yeah, you know. Man, I need to get into the Copilot probably myself too. I've never done that before. Basically a beginner too. Yeah. Dude, there you go. Bro, Graydon. All of us. I was in a room full of OGs. Tell me why every single one of these guys had ChatGPT on their table. So, you know, that was a huge revelation to me. Let me kind of, okay. I was feeling fine with it then, you know. I was on chat. We were all on ChatGPT because it's the new Google, man. Like, there's no shame. There's no shame in ChatGPT, bro. No. And I talk to ChatGPT like it's a person. I look at ChatGPT like one of these guys, but the only difference is that they're not going to get annoyed with me asking questions. I can ask 100 questions and then 100 more. And I could be like, wait, what did you say? Wait, what did you say? Can you simplify that? Okay, wait, what about this? Wait, what about that? What does that do? I'll sit there and talk to ChatGPT until they tell me to chill. I've hit the limit with ChatGPT more than once. That's how I know that I'm really grinding on those days when ChatGPT is like, all right, bro, you reached your limit for the next 30 minutes. You can use this again in 30 minutes. I didn't know that happens, but it does. I don't know. Have any of y'all ever run into that limit of ChatGPT? Exactly. Facts. So yeah, that's what we doing, man. That's why we have our room, cause y'all need to know you're right there. Everybody's human, you know. Most of our community is like people who are learning to code, and I'm pulling people out of tutorial hell and trying to get them to make their portfolio, step 1. And step 2, oh yeah, you gotta say thank you to ChatGPT. You don't want, when ChatGPT gets legs and arms, you don't want it remembering the people who were rude. But yeah, man.
I just want to pop up somebody's message, so I'm going to open this over here real quick. So Nick was one of our other T-spillers. I think they have a...
He talks about templates here.
So templates, the place to start.
I love his speech on templates.
Is HTML5 up. They just have free templates. They're not shady. Like, they don't have like weird stuff. Like, I don't know. There's a lot of places when you try to download templates, you always wind up with like an extra buddy on your computer. And so I like this site. They're free. Once you get a paid client, I am definitely a fan of using better templates. Theme Forest has a lot of them. Depends what you want to use. There are a lot of like Tailwind templates now and stuff like that. So these are like the only places to find them. But just kind of like once you get a client, if you have some of the money coming in from your client work and you want a better template, you can. But this is totally fine. People get amazing clients, amazing jobs with just HTML5 ump templates. So don't stress it. Hosting for your templates, for your basic portfolio and stuff, just use Netlify. Netlify.com/drop is super easy. You literally drag your folder onto netlify.drop and it hosts it instantly. You don't need to buy a domain. You can just...
I'm gonna grab a drink real quick. I'll be right back.
One of the examples I always give is Sean, RC alumni, and definitely helps a lot of folks here at 100 Devs. They famously got an offer at Amazon and an amazing client just using the Netlify domain. Like it was just Sean Charles at .netlify.app, and that got them a job at Fang and an amazing client. So you don't need to buy a domain. You can use the netlify.app for whatever. It's completely free to host and to use that domain. But if you do want to buy a domain, Namecheap and I Want My Name are where I think you should get your domains from. But once again, this is a completely free program. Do not pay for anything. You do not need to buy a domain. You can just use netlify.app and it works just as fine. Nobody cares. Cool. Next bit of things that we need to help us pass the sniff test is the resume. So the resume is pretty interesting. I've given you this example resume here, this Bob Coder. You'll notice that it's a docx. Never use docx. Always export this as a PDF. I just use that so that it's easier for folks to edit however they want to edit it. This resume just fucking works. It just works. It just works. You don't need to use something else. It just works. Right? And so I think a lot of folks say, Leon, like my resume is holding me back because you're not using the template. Just use this templated resume. It just works. Your resume should be one page and it should be this thing. This resume has tables. It does not. If you save it as a PDF, it does not have tables. I don't know where that came from. It's not true. If you can, when you go to the PDF and you highlight over it, if you see that happen, then you know that it can be seen by ATS. If when you highlight it, you see it pop up, that's ATS approved. I can also show it to you by going to the CV compiler, which picks up everything. So CV compiler, they do have a free version, and that free version will show you that it is ATS compliant. People think like ATS is like a fancy thing. All ATS is doing is like yoinking text. And so if you're able to yoink text from a PDF, then your resume is ATS compliant. So here is the Bob Coder resume in CV compiler. You'll notice that all the normal stuff looks good. There are a few things that we could change though. Right? There are a few things that we could change. So I'm actually probably going to be updating this a little bit because there are two big things that I think we should change. In-demand tech skills. This just changes over time. So they analyzed 1,000 vacancies at big tech companies, and they found out that there are some technologies that are good to have. And so we probably want to swap in some of these words just to make sure we're getting picked up by a company that doesn't actually look at your resume, right? Some companies don't look at your resume. They just use a computer to say whether or not you're a good fit. So by having these in-demand skills, you can just screenshot this from the video. Would be good things to add. Whatever you feel like is a good fit or that you want to invest some time, it could be a good fit. And then the other thing that was a thing here is that these niche skills, we have to add some of these. And so we're probably going to figure out how to add some of these. We'll probably have like an extra class where we work through this. But all the other stuff was fine. And so I think this is pretty good. You'll see some stuff that I don't recommend, like the certifications. I'm not a big fan of putting certifications on your resume. I think that smells. So this is kind of where ATS versus what's going to actually work. And so for me, this resume has been used by hundreds and hundreds of folks that have gotten jobs, right? Literally hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of folks that have gotten jobs. I really do believe that it works, and I hope that you use it too. Even AWS certs, yeah, no, those are like professional certs. So like professional certs you can keep, but things that are like things that are just show that you just learned how to code, keep off your resume. Yeah, like AWS, Azure, and Google Cloud certs are my exceptions. Anything else I don't put on my resume. I think that somebody sees that and it might hold you back. Does it always hold you back? No, but I think for a lot of folks it can. Yeah, no Udemy certs or things like that. So yeah, we might have to change up some of these skills based off of what the CV compiler is saying. The link to CV compiler is here in chat. So once you fill out your resume, you definitely want to run it through CV compiler. It's free. Like, you don't pay. Like, don't pay. Like, there is more stuff that you can see, right? There's more stuff that you can see if you pay, but you don't need that. Just make sure that it passes the basic checks that they give you. If you're wondering what CV compiler would say you need help with, it's this stuff. Pause the video. It's this stuff. Pause the video. This stuff. This stuff. This stuff. This stuff. This stuff. There you go. That's everything, y'all. Cool. So, if you use this resume template, you pass the CV compiler after you're done editing it, you'll know everything that works and that you are picked up on it. Cool. CV compiler's getting the hug of death. Yeah, I think we sent a lot of people that way. Cool. All right, cover letter. There's another example. It's in the template. Sorry, it's in the checklist. So in the checklist, it gives you an example of it. But if you need an example of a cover letter, I got you. Here you go. Cover letter that you can work through. It's all there for you. Let's real quick, before we go on to the cover letter, I do want to take a second to talk about the resume. I kind of just showed it to you, but I do want to talk about it real quick. You'll notice that how long, we've talked about this a lot, how long does a recruiter or the initial gatekeeper spend reading your resume on average? 6 seconds. 6 seconds. All right. Timer. All right, you tell me when we hit 6 seconds. All right, creative, detail-oriented software engineer with a deep interest in AI, proven track record. That's all you get. And it's all you need to know. I'm a creative, detail-oriented software engineer with a deep interest in AI and a proven track record. Boom. That's it. That's it. If you have something like...
My bad. I'm back, y'all. We got wine, we got tea, and we got granola. I'm locking myself in this office until I finish everything that I have, my task list that I have to do for the week. I'm about to knock it out. I told my boss, I said, this week I'm gonna exceed expectations. He did like a check-in, like, hey man, how's it going? How's your schedule? I was like, we're on track, and I'm gonna exceed expectations this week. So I gotta live up to my word. Shoot, I'll pull an all-nighter tonight if I have to. Y'all know me. What kind of things should you know for a hackathon? So my first hackathon, bro, I would say at least HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. But You'd be surprised. Me and Tim were talking about that earlier today. You don't even have to code at all to be a part of a hackathon, because every single company needs, you know, like for example, Caleb, all he did was send emails the whole time. Now he sent 600 emails, but still, the whole weekend he was sending emails and checking in with us, kind of like project management, you know, like, hey guys, is everything like, you know, but he was the only one who wasn't in the office with us. He was remote. Every team was allowed to have one person who wasn't there. I'm going to be a part of every hackathon, and we're going to hold our own hackathon. I'm working on that. I have a bunch of different like organizations and stuff I'm tapped into, trying to get sponsorships for that. But shoot, I'll make it to where some of you guys can join, because every single team can have one remote member. But HTML, you know, CSS and JavaScript at least. My first hackathon I was on, we actually won this one. We created a Dungeons and Dragons companion app called Flair Deck, which that's another repo on GitHub that I'm attached to. We haven't worked on it, but shit, it's an awesome idea. I think that our leader said that 2025, when his plate clears up a little bit, he's thinking maybe 2025 we'll be able to pick it back up. So it's a Dungeons and Dragons companion app where instead of using the all the books and the different stuff that you have, you could just, everyone will pull out their phone and you're gonna play, you know, sitting at the same table but with the phone. So we made that, and with that we won. So, but like when we went through the video, some of the girls and not all, that one group, that way we're trying to build some subliminal marketing thing. I forget what their exact idea was, but none of them knew how to code, and they were there trying to find developers to help them build their idea. So I would say, bro, just throw yourself into the fire, and then you know, figure it out from there. In the startup community, they have this saying where they say, jump off a building and build your parachute on the way down. That's really how you gotta do it sometimes. How you gotta move to get rid of your imposter syndrome is, I mean, when you're uncomfortable, you know you're in the right place. You know that that's where you're gonna grow. Don't try and wait until you're comfortable to go to the scary place. You know what I mean? Till you feel like you belong, till you feel like you fit. You really just gotta, you know, because then you could be holding yourself up, taking too long to get there. You know, thinking that you don't have the right skill set yet and stuff like that. I think a lot of people psych themselves out of being ready for stuff.
I'm an aspiring junior engineer. Bruh. Nah. Get that
shoot your shot, bro.
Get out of here. You got 6 seconds to figure out who you are, what you do, right? Let's try it again. Ready? You tell me when 6 seconds are over, chat. I'm gonna start at software engineer and work my way through.
All right, I'm gonna let this play, and I'm gonna get back to work on the app. But I appreciate all y'all for coming in here and hanging out with me, for real.
So in those 6 seconds, I saw that you're a software engineer. You worked as a software engineer. You did some consulting. Do you go on to the next round or not? Right? Like, you got to think about this. It's not just the computer that you're playing, right? It's not just the computer that you're playing, right? It's not just the computer you're playing. There's also the way that you structure your resume. You're going up against a recruiter as well, right? You're going up against a recruiter as well. Mm-hmm. And so you got to think about what they're going to see. You're going to notice that I have very quickly my experiences at 100 devs. I have my projects that look like real companies, right? Right? That, like, when you put your projects, don't be like, an app I worked on during class time. No, frame it as though it was a real company, right? Just like it, just give it a name. Hip Coffee Co. Happy Notes. We did a to-do list. Happy Notes, right? Give it a name. Right? Give it a name. Even like in other projects too, like a lot of stuff that we did, right? It's the way you talk about it. We built a slot machine. Don't call it a slot machine. Call it a Small Lakes Casino virtual slot machine. We built a NASA API. Don't say NASA API project. No, it's the Los Angeles Stargazer Society, a picture of the day web app with NASA API integration. If you were here for the very first JavaScript class, you built a background picker for a YouTuber. That YouTuber was me. So you made an on-demand background color changer for a partner Twitch streamer, and many more. Don't snitch on yourself. Don't underplay the real shit that you've done. Give it a name. Talk your talk. I'm a big fan of having your projects in line with 100 devs because we saw what 6 seconds gives you. In those 6 seconds, the reason I skipped from software engineer to full stack web developer is because I saw that there were some real looking projects on here. So I didn't have to actually read them. I just jumped to the next thing. And in those 6 seconds, I saw 2 experiences as an engineer that enabled me to be like, oh, okay, this person's probably an engineer. Passes the sniff test. Yep. And then you can put the other stuff you want here. I'm a big fan of having a volunteer section. And then the big thing people always stress about is their education. You don't have to put the dates of your education if you don't want to, right? And then if you're just spending 6 seconds on this, what are you noticing about this right away? I purposely let something off here. I didn't snitch on Bob here. Does this say Bob has a degree? No, Bob does not have a degree from UMass Boston, but their major was business administration. No degree, no graduation date. But if you're only spending 6 fucking seconds looking at this, would you ever hyper focus on that? Nah. You wouldn't even notice it. Right? Would never even notice it. And you don't have to put dates. Dates can be snitching on yourself for a lot of folks. For a lot of folks, if you complete your degree 20 years ago, good. Don't put dates on there. Will the technical interviewer notice? Probably not. Most technical interviewers do the exact same thing. If they even read your resume, they spend 6 seconds on it. So if you're stressing about what to do for education, boom, that's it. You don't have to have a graduation date. You don't have to have your degree, right? That's it. Beautiful. Cool. All right, so that's the resume there. I'm a big fan of having 100 devs, and then your freelancing separate, and then any other job that you think is worthwhile to put on there. Have real targeted goals, like things that you actually did. The numbers are better. Yeah. Cool. And I love having at least one like tech-related volunteering in there. So many conferences are coming up. Just volunteer for a conference and throw that on there. It's just good to have a little bit of something tech-related that's not job-related on there. It just gives you something to talk about. A lot of times when I'm in interviews with folks, they're like, oh, you went to the free software, like you went to Libre Planet, which is their conference. I'm like, yeah, I was there. Like, oh, and that just gives you something to talk about. Cool. Resume, we talked about cover letter. GitHub, please. Use the profile generator. Make your GitHub look good. Your GitHub should have Nowadays with GitHub, you can have a beautiful README file for your whole profile so that your GitHub looks great, right? If you ever saw somebody's GitHub and it's like, whoa, this GitHub looks dope, they were probably using some sort of generator. And so this generator will help you figure out like what to put, like what you want to do, right? So you put your name in, you put the project that you're currently working on, you put a link to it, you check off the skills that you have, right? And you can put in all your social links if you want, and then you just generate it, and it'll give you a file, right? It'll give you a file that you can add to your GitHub, and that'll give you just like a nice GitHub profile that looks good. It looks good. It has been real, Lord. I appreciate that. And then the other thing that you want to do is you want to use this README template for every single project. For every single project that you have on your GitHub, there should be a beautiful README for it. And you have like what it does, a link to it live. You have a GIF, record a GIF of your project so that it's like moving and looks good, right? Put the technology that you use so you're getting picked up by those sweet, sweet robots. And then my favorite part is the optimizations. You don't even have to code the hard parts. Just say the stuff that you would have done had you had more time, right? Shows that you know what it is, you just didn't do it yet. Cool. And then the last thing is like give them other examples to click through to, right? So, right, give them some other stuff that you could click yet. Some other stuff that they can click through to, so if they did land on this template, they can see the other stuff that you built, right? What's the best thing you use to record for those screen GIFs? I use Cloud App, which is free. I don't know if that's Mac only, but I use Cloud App. It's just really easy. You just grab a window like you're taking a screenshot and it turns it into a GIF for you. But I'm sure there are plenty of other ones. Some people are saying ShareX is free, PicPic, OBS. Yeah, you just do like a screen recording if you wanted to. Screen to GIF. There's like a couple of ones that people are recommending. I don't know any of those except for OBS, but I use Cloud App, and I guess I've done it in OBS before too. TJ Khan is saying, don't use GitHub Streak.
Peace, bro. Good to meet you, by the way. But yeah, man, this dude is Yoda.
The other thing that we're trying to do with our GitHubs is push every day. And the reason why we push every day on GitHub is because recruiters love those green squares. They do. And so you want a GitHub that has every single day it looks like you push code, right? And on GitHub, every day you push code, you get a green square. But some days you miss a push. Or some days you realize you haven't pushed in a month and you want to backdate all those green squares. You can do it. Shout out Hello's Rufio. Hello's Rufio, an illustrious member of the stream team, has a VOD on how to fill in your green squares if you don't know how to do that. Rufio. And so you can watch that VOD if you missed a few. But those green squares are really important because no recruiter ever got in trouble. No recruiter ever got in trouble recommending somebody that pushed code every single day. Think about that. They recommend somebody to the next round, and the person says this person was horrible, like they didn't know how to code at all, and the recruiter goes, oh, they pushed every single day to GitHub. That's it. End of story. Oh, I guess, well, that's weird. I don't know what's going on then, right? Like, so it's one of those things that's one of the easiest way to pass that sniff test, right? Now, does every single recruiter care about it? Obviously, no. But the ones that do, oh boy. When they're looking at two candidates, one candidate has a dusty ass Udemy tutorial from 10 years ago, and you got pushes every single day, who's going to the next round? You are, my friend. You are. Had a coffee chat with a dev when they saw my green squares deal. He said that's bad. It's because they feel bad that you're a better engineer, pushing more code, doing more work, getting more things done, and it makes them feel bad about themselves because they can't keep up with your productivity. They got. Now, the next thing. The next thing is you want a 100 hours project. Your beautiful MVPs are due. Technically, the whole project is due, but what are deadlines anymore? This is the penultimate class. Who cares? Your 100 hours project is the culmination of what you're able to do, right? Of what you're able to do, what you're able to build, the things you're able to accomplish. It can be something that ties your past into your present. It is the thing that comes up the most, honestly, in your interviews. It is literally the thing that comes up the most. If you've come to any of the T-spills, most of the folks that were getting jobs didn't even have technical interviews.
He's so funny, man.
Because all this shit was in a row, lined up, button on top, ribbon tied. Do they have a portfolio? Pass the sniff test. Do they have a good GitHub? Pass the sniff test.
I had to stop and tap it for a second because he's selling facts. I did not have a technical interview. I have not done any leak code or anything like that, but I followed the rest of his instructions, honestly, without even knowing. I was so far removed from when I first listened to this stuff. I guess it was just locked in because I definitely did everything. It sounds like I did everything right. It took me like a year and a half, but I was ready, by the time that came, and I didn't have to do any crazy algorithms in my interview or anything like that.
Test. Do they have real big projects? Pass the sniff test. Do they have real people that they work with, real clients? Pass the sniff test. Right? What you have to realize is that all these things are opening doors, and when all the doors are open, you can fit an elephant through.
Let's see. Let's give my portfolio the sniff test. Have I worked with real people? Yes. My projects. Do I have a clean portfolio? I mean, it could be better. Do I have a resume and a LinkedIn? Yep. Here's my resume. Here's my LinkedIn. So there was really no reason to not give me a chance. They didn't need to make me jump through all the algorithm hoops because, the proof was pretty much here.
And so that 100 hours project you need to have done is the culmination of your work. It's taking 100 hours to build something that's your own, that you can talk through from beginning to end, that you can show all of your knowledge off, right? And it comes up the most. So many interviewers will say, hey, show me projects that you've built. Oh, I saw on your GitHub this was your pinned project. Tell me about it, right? This is the thing that gets jobs. Don't be this person. Don't be this person. This person, we know, didn't have a good GitHub, didn't have 100 hours project, didn't have real clients, didn't have a well manicured portfolio, didn't have a beautiful.
I would say real clients is the best, what do you call it? Validation or like reference that you can have, because it proves like, okay, you did this for them. Okay, cool. And like he said, if you don't have real clients yet, your portfolio projects should not be called, it shouldn't be called the Odin project graduation assignment. You should try and kind of make it look like that was a real client. I told this dude earlier, because he had his portfolio and it was super clean, and the only project in there kind of looked like it came from a certificate, from a course, You know, you can tell the to-do list apps, the like weather apps, the calculators, you know. But what's I try to tell them, like, bro, make a barbershop website so that it will look like a barbershop hired you, you know, for you to make that. And I don't even feel bad about that because shit, you still built it. Okay, I don't feel like we're finessing because you still you even if it's a template, you got the template, you customized it, you deployed it on Netlify for free, you went through your VS Code and you edited it with, you know, whatever information to make it not like it's just literally just a template with no type of information on there. Do that. You could do that as many times as you want, bro. You could have a whole like 5 different projects on your portfolio. So that by the time like you just want to, as soon as you can, make sure that your portfolio doesn't look like you're a noob. You know what I mean? And then that should definitely help you. Now you got to become a salesman though. You got to understand when you're a self-taught web developer, when you're trying to break through, you have to have some type of marketing communication skills to be able to get either real clients, you know, you know, if you know how my brain works now. I was getting my hair twisted the other day, right? And there was a dude who walked in there and he had like a bucket with a whole bunch of cleaning materials. And he was on his hands and knees buffering the little metal part under the chair. He was buffering that and he was wiping it. And literally in my mind, I thought, I'm about to go tap this dude on the shoulder and be like, is this your company, bro? Do you have a website? How do you find customers? Can I see your website? I make websites. I can help you get more customers. Do you get found on Google? If I was still back in the day thirsty trying to get it, I would have 100% tapped him on the shoulder and said that and introduced myself. Because you got to understand, when you're a small businessman, people like us, people like everybody inside this room, you can solve their problems. You know what I mean? By creating websites for them. They really like value people like us, people who go through the pain of like learning how to host a website and use HTML, CSS, JavaScript, how to create Google business profiles and run social media and make logos and make stuff on Canva. Like people be so busy, they don't have time for that shit. So that way now you can rack up real clients. And then at that point, it's only a matter of time before you get yourself an opportunity. As long as you're still moving and out there in the world, like, you know, eventually. Or shoot, if you don't get an interview at a real company or a startup, before you know it, you have built your own successful freelancing business. When you start to add these customers, like I had to fire my clients to have enough time to work when I got hired. I had to let people go. I had like an author, a carpenter company, a restaurant in Florida. I had like different clients that I had to say, I'm sorry, I don't have enough time to help you anymore. How do you know what to change, what to charge people for websites? That's up to you. You know, I'll be completely honest. My first one, I told the lady 350. It was a WordPress template. I told her 350, but then as I started to then work on it, yo, what up, Brian? You see me in the suit, bro? As I started to work on this lady's website, it was taking me a really long time, and I had to like upgrade the price on her. I went from 350 to 1200, and she was like, okay, that's fine, but you have to kind of tell me that this is the last time that you're gonna raise the price, because we started at 350. And I was like, yes, I'm so sorry. You know, it's just a lot more to this thing than what I originally thought. And you know, that's how that went down. But it's pretty much like, you make the prices, you gotta kind of like figure that out for yourself. I would say your first one, you want to start low, you know, so that you can get your foot in the door until you have your you know, your validation on your portfolio. And then you get more experience. It's just like anything. It's just like a video game. When you level 1, you're level 1. You know what I mean? And you're probably going to die if you walk into the wrong room. You know what I mean? So you got to like keep trying again every time. Keep respawning and trying again, and you're going to level up that way.
Resume. This is the person I'm talking about. Thank you, Blah. Don't be this person. Right? All these things matter. Wasn't as dope of us. No, you're built different. I just want to get into your brain how fucking awesome you are. I don't know how to get that. I just want you to believe that, because you are. You're going up against chumps that don't know what they're doing, that think that they spent 4 years fucking around to get a degree, that don't have any real projects in their portfolio is enough. It's not enough. Show me your GitHub. Show me your projects. Show me who you worked with. Show me the real clients you...
That's a good question. It's a balancing act, really, because now my rate, if I was to freelance, my minimum is $50 an hour. So depending on the project, you got to kind of gauge the person too a little bit, you know, and that's like unfortunate. But of course, if you're dealing with like a babysitter who only has 2 kids that she's babysitting, and you really want to build this thing for her, you might want to cut her a deal. Now, if you are dealing with a banker or something, you know what I mean? And also think about how complex the project is. Is this a 1 page? If you're looking at this thing and it's only 1 page, and you can tell it's somebody like a lawyer who doesn't need to schedule his clients on the website. Think about the things that make websites complex. Are people going to need to log into this website, or is this just some type of like business card online? Separate websites when you're thinking about the time that it's going to take you to build it. And then also think, is this a client that I should be trying to cut a deal, you know, or is this a client to where I should be trying to make as much money as I can make? There's too many variables to that equation for me to give you an accurate answer without giving more than one perspective. You know what I mean? There's a perspective of who's the client, but then also what is your position? What is your bills looking like for the month? You know what I mean? And is you going too high going to cause you to not get the gig? Because I've had friends who, like, you know, sometimes I let them negotiate for me and they went too high. I had a homie who I'm not gonna mention, my good homie, just in case he's in here, like, you know, I love you, bro. But he told a lady $100K for a website, and you know, she kind of looked at us like we were crazy. You know what I mean? But the thing is, they were coming from big money, and they kind of presented themselves like that. So I didn't blame him, and I was like, shoot, bro, if you get that, it's lit, you know? But we didn't get that. They kind of like, and then we heard when he tried to like kind of double back and lower it later on, we heard that she found somebody to do it for $20,000. So I'm like, damn, we could have got $20,000 for that, bro. You know what I mean? We were building this thing together, and it was pretty complex, and they were definitely presenting themselves like, she kept saying over and over again, there is no budget. When we were trying to talk to her, she kept saying there is no budget. Yeah, bro, $100K. And I knew. And you know, I can't talk too much about it, because, you know, that's my homie. He actually, you know, if you're in here, bro, I ain't gonna say not much more about it. We freelanced through networking, bro, through LinkedIn, through going out. Yes, I went on Craigslist, is really like my thing from way back in the day. It doesn't seem to hit as much as it used to. I actually did have an opportunity in my Craigslist. I was bored the other day and just went through a Craigslist run just to see what was out there. I found some company in Miami that was hiring. The lady was literally ready to hire me, but it wasn't remote. And she did tell me that, yeah, exactly. So that's what happened. But she told me that I was about to pull up the email and read it. But she was basically saying, like, if you were here, you know, I told my girl, I was like, babe, pack your shit. We're going to Miami. You know, but I had to let that one go. She was like, what about the builders? I was like, nah, we not going. But damn, I could have had a job working for like some Florida International Technology Institute in Miami that was on freaking Craigslist. But yeah, you can. I feel like Fiverr, Upwork, and that stuff is a little crowded. But what I heard the hack to Fiverr and Upwork and stuff like that is to start off extremely low. Start off extremely low so that you can get your reviews up. If you got to make a WordPress website for $50, take it. If everybody's doing one-page work, Fiverr is notoriously known for a race to the bottom as people undercut themselves and try to get all the clients. But when you get your reviews up, your 5 stars up, then you can bring your prices up. But, you know, shit, come in there, do working for free, damn near $50 a website, get these people, get them happy, and then build up your portfolio that way. And that's just one of many ways, though. You know, the thing about being a developer, at least in my town, it's very, very easy to make a name for yourself. It's very, very easy to become a big fish in a small pond. You know, when you're competing with people on LinkedIn and remote jobs on the internet, it's flooded because that's where everybody is. But if you're competing with people out in the real world and you're walking into doors, now you're talking. Now you're talking where now, like, you have a chance. Okay, they can see you, they can shake your hand, they can talk to you, they can get your vibe that way. And I had my startup told me straight up, like, we're so lucky to find you. We're so lucky to have you. And your area is notoriously known for not having a big pool of developers to pull from. And then you got to think, any developer after a year or two, they're going to some crazy job. They're going to some crazy company. So all of the new companies who, you know, they want a little discount, developers be charging like $100 an hour, $150 an hour. So you can get a $50 an hour or $40 an hour, $35 an hour as a developer, as a junior developer for a startup, and they'll be so happy. You know what I mean? Yeah, landing pages would be a great, easy place to start. You can make a landing page for anybody. You know what I mean? Y'all know how easy that is. Templates. Go to Gatsby Starter, go to Theme Forest. They got templates for $10, $15. And then your expertise comes into play because you know how to get a domain. You know how to get the GitHub cracking. You know how to host that thing. You know how to get the SSL certificate in there. So you're really, and that's another thing, you're not building, or unless you want to for some odd reason, if you want to build everything from scratch, you can. But you should be looking to get the template done, get the job done, get them their website, make sure it looks good, professional, clean, and move on to the next one. You know, get the bag that way. People be, when we're learning, people be thinking that you have to literally rebuild the entire thing, rewrite the entire thing. And so they're like, damn, I'm not ready yet because I can't build a pretty page just with HTML and JavaScript and no Google. If you're trying to wait for you to be able to do that, you're going to be waiting a long time. A book or something about startups? If you don't, shoot, isn't The Social Network, that movie is pretty much a startup? Oh my God. Bro, I know the exact thing that you need to do. It's this show called Silicon Valley. I'm glad you said that, man. Everybody here needs to watch this TV show. This is exactly what you need to do. For real. It's called Silicon Valley. This is where you will learn everything you need to learn about being a developer and the startup culture and what's it like. What's it's really like to be a developer. I have met in person every single person from this show. Let's watch the trailer real quick if we can. I'm so glad you said that, bro. Shout out to you for that question. I would have never remembered this. Let me make sure the sound is good.
If you want to
Okay, yeah. Watch this.
live here, you've got to deliver. Like Steve.
Jobs or Wozniak? Steve Jobs or Steve...
No, I heard you.
Which one?
Jobs.
Jobs was a poser. He didn't even write code.
Silicon Valley is the cradle of innovation.
Your compression algorithm blew our engineering team away.
We have the resources to take what you have done to the global level.
I'm prepared to give you $200,000.
$600,000
for 10% of your company.
$10 million. We had a guy in here in almost the exact same situation. Take the money or keep the company.
He shot himself because he turned down the money?
Yeah. Or no, he took the money. Or no. No, he did not. You know what? I don't remember. But whatever it was.
As far as I know, we watch it on Amazon Prime. I don't think it's on Netflix, but this is for what we're doing, trying to be a developer, this is the best show of all time.
He regretted it so much that he ended up shooting himself, and now he's blind.
For thousands of years, guys like us have gotten the shit kicked out of us.
Keep running!
What if we built our own company? Ultimately, what we're trying to do is, I guess...
You remind me of my son. He's got Asperger's, too.
Oh, no, I don't...
What do you guys do here?
What do we do? All those ones and zeros streaming directly to your shitty little smartphone. Every dipshit who shits his pants if he can't get Skrillex in under 12 seconds. It's not magic, it's talent and sweat. That's what we do.
So yeah, I don't know if that's a good representation. You'll really understand when you start watching it. Should we watch like a best of like... Oh, snap. Oh, hi.
I'm looking for Pied Piper. You know where it is?
This is a Pied Piper.
No. It's a company. Like a big office. Do you...
So the story is that the guy who owns this house, he hit big on a startup company and he sold it for like millions of dollars in the past. So now he runs a thing in Silicon Valley that they do a lot called an incubator, where they basically let developers live there for free and code and work, and he like lets them try and start stuff. And they start building some streaming service from inside of the dude's house as an incubator. This guy can't code at all. He's just a project manager. This dude, I think, does the back end. I'm pretty sure he's like the brains behind it, the algorithm dude, and he just like lives there, but is also a coder as well.
You know where that is?
This here, Pied Piper.
I eat a fish.
I understand you eat the fish, but when you clean the fish, you can't just leave the...
This is just the best of this guy, who is a very strange character. I wish it was like showing other people's highlights too, but it should still give you some idea of the show.
Fish head and guts and shit in the sink, because the whole house smells like a bait station. So you gotta put it in the trash and then take the trash out. Do you understand?
Yes, I eat the fish.
Motherfuck!
Do you understand?
Yes.
And tomorrow is trash day, so make sure all the cans are out front.
Yes.
Now, you are under no circumstances to order any movie on demand, adult or otherwise.
Yes.
Okay, has anything that I've just said confused you?
Yes.
God damn it!
We were supposed to get a term sheet today. Have we heard from Peter Gregory?
Peter Gregory is dead.
What?
This morning, you put your soda cans in the...
Okay, yeah, he's like not even really ever coding, so, but still, you know, this show is awesome, bro. Yeah. So then that'll teach you a lot. It taught me a lot, for real. Do they have a best of Big Head? Cause I had a crazy moment, right, when I was watching this show. So there's this guy named Big Head, who in the group, he's really just like known for being cool, right? but he cannot code for shit. He cannot code for shit. And that's how I felt about the hackathon that I was in the first time, because I was really bad. I was new. And they were trying to figure out who did they need to cut from the team. And I was like, oh my God, I better not be Big Head. I was like, I cannot be Big Head. No. I'm never going to be Big Head. I'm going to bust my ass and learn how to code, because I do not want people looking at me. Look, Big Head is great, but he's useless. Yeah, this is the scene. This is the scene that I saw, and I was like, man, if people are talking about me like this, no fucking way.
Now,
don't be a dick.
mushroom stamp.
You're being a dick.
Oh, there you go. Show that to your mom.
Mushroom stamp. That's great. Hey, what do you guys think about this Jared? He's shit, right?
No, he's pretty sharp.
Yeah, he does shit that no one else in the house can do.
Yeah, but he's a know-it-all. I mean, I don't think there's room in here for him.
Well, there will be after Richard gets rid of Big Head.
Wait, Richard's getting rid of Big Head? Why?
Listen, we all love Big Head, but the truth is he's not as good of a coder as I am, not as good at system architecture as Guilfoyle, not as good at being a prick as you. No offense.
Yeah, he's a lightweight at everything. Brings nothing to the table.
Him getting points would be a big fuck you to all of us. But he's a great guy.
Great guy. But useless.
Yeah, he is a great guy. Not like that Jared. At least we can all agree on that. I would not want to be Richard right now. Having to tell Big Head that he's out.
This is gonna sound super mean, but the other night he was sleeping, I was just staring at his face. All I could think was, he's utterly useless. Big Head is a man with zero purpose.
Oh, hi. Hi, Big Head.
Hey.
How's it going?
It's super good right now. I'm just gonna maybe like go for a bike ride real fast and clear my head. I'll see you.
Bike safe.
Yeah, enjoy it.
That was nice, guys. He heard everything.
That doesn't make it not true.
I mean, come on, Richard. As far as Pied Piper is concerned, he's as pointless as Mass Effect 3's multiple endings. I mean, he's a completely useless appendage, and we all know it. Oh, hey, man.
Forgot my water bottle. Just gonna grab it and then probably walk right back through one more time.
I mean, Mass Effect 3? Harsh.
I didn't mean for him to hear it, but it's true.
I mean, we all called him a great guy, but he didn't overhear any of that.
God damn, he's still not answering. You know, I'm actually kind of worried about him.
You know, if he's gone, like really truly gone, in a way, that kind of solves your problem. I mean, like, if he's dead...
Are you trying to say that Big Head might be dead? That doesn't help at all. How is that helping?
I'm just saying that that's a possible thing that could have happened to him. It could happen to anybody. And in this case, at least something good came out of it.
What's the good part?
You don't have to have an awkward conversation.
Yeah, so it's his best friend, and they try to get him to get rid of him because he doesn't code. They're like, do you code? And he was like, kind of, you know? I swear that was me at the first hackathon. I was like, damn, I'm just getting carried, man.
That's true.
So I had to get, look, here it is.
Programming, I guess. Pretty good at code. Develop algorithms, so forth.
Different from the type of algorithm Richard created?
Well, yeah, like not as good. Richard's a 10xer, I'm like barely an xer. Kind of suck. Yeah, I don't know. Me and Rich have just always kind of like been in this together, you know?
Together, right. But to be clear...
That'd be a spoiler alert, bro. You gotta watch the show. That's one of the best plot lines in the show.
Richard created the algorithm on his own, yes?
Oh yeah, I had nothing to do with it.
He's my best friend.
That's true.
I don't think that the CEO of Microsoft has a paid best friend.
Sergey Brin does. Larry doesn't do shit. Hello again. You know, I don't actually have a ton of dance music, but I turned the bass way up.
So yeah. So that is Silicon Valley, man. You gotta watch that show. Everybody in here, if you haven't seen that show, you gotta watch it, bro. It's so awesome, man. And you learn a lot, really, from just watching it. You're gonna learn about startup culture. You're gonna learn about the different roles that people play, and like, you know, every character in there, and just being around hackathons and stuff, you hear the show mentioned so many times. That's how I found out about it. I didn't even know about the show until I heard like the third person I heard talk about it. I was like, man, I gotta watch this fucking show. And then when I started watching it, I was like, trying, you know, when you're watching shows, and when you're watching a show that has something to do with what you're doing, you try to figure out which one is the closest to you. And I was like, oh my God, I better not be Big Head, man. No way. So every day I'm struggling to like learn more and to become one of the other dudes that are the geniuses of the situation, you know. But don't let that hold you back from diving in there, man. You still gotta dive in. At least you know the fact that not being good enough compared to others is one of your fears. That lets you know already, you know, you're not gonna be that.
You worked with. Show me your pushes. You're going up against scrubs. And I'm TLC. I don't want no scrubs in 100 devs because you're not. We built different. We've done the work. We've done what we needed to do. We're not this person.
We're not Big Head.
All right. Now, once you have all this stuff, your groundwork has been laid. You're going to be able to get past that first person. You're going to be able to get past that first sniff test. You need to start opening up doors into companies. And the most important thing that you will do,
I need to check that out.
Outside of
I need to check that out.
setup, literally the most important thing you will do is your hit list. Hit list gets...
I really vibe with this thumbnail I made. I made this shit in like less than a minute on Canva.
Other than get all your professional stuff, all your projects done, and then do a hit list. Fuck coding challenges, screw leak code, code wars don't matter. If you just built up all the stuff we talked about thus far and then dumped every last waking moment into your hit list, you would get a job. Because networking your way into an opportunity counts way more than anything else. Getting your stuff in front of a real human being that can see your real projects, that can see your real experience, that can see the things that you can do, that's why we do the hit list. So the hit list is probably the most important thing you will ever do for your career. And you start off by using the sheet. So you can do ! sheet inside of chat here. You'll have your general networking, but there's also the hit list. We've done 2 classes.
All right, let's go to another one of his videos. Did y'all want to learn about HTML, CSS, JavaScript, or React? I'm gonna find another class because he's really just talking about getting a job, but I kind of want to listen to some React type of stuff. But let's do a quick little poll. I'll probably go with the first one I see. Word.
Now, if you've given it the good old 100 devs try, right, and you still need a little bit more help, Mindwolf in their last streams has actually walked through the docs together. So, once again, community talk, give it the good old 100 devs try, right? And then after you've given that good old 100 devs try, if you still need a little bit more kind of working together through it, definitely check out Mindwolf streams. I'll link them in the follow-up. Cool. Let's start with a little bit of ES6 Plus review. When I say ES6 Plus, what the heck do I mean? ES6 Plus. What do I mean?
Word.
Minmule said after 2015. Okay, yep. ECMAScript. Yep. So the
just a little preview. I feel like 90% of the websites that I've come into contact with are all built by React. And React is a framework built. It's not like it's its own language. It's JavaScript. It's a framework built with JavaScript and TypeScript, and it just makes shit easier, right? It's basically, if I could explain what React is, it's like all right, a good example would be, you know how back in the days, oh my bad. Let me turn the volume up. Oh damn, it's maxed out. It's probably my mic is just way louder than everything else. Let me see.
Standard of which we use to build JavaScript is called ECMAScript. And in 2015, a lot.
Yeah, no, that's it. But so React is basically like, you know how back in the days when you were building Legos, it was just one brick at a time. And then nowadays, yeah, React was built by Facebook. Yep. And it's basically like, it's a component based system to where now, I wish I could just pull up. Yeah, let me pull up a project real quick so I could kind of I'm sure I got a React project on my computer somewhere that we could look at real quick. What would be a good one? Let's go with this one. Yeah, let's try this one. Oh. Hold up. All right. So, not that. This is probably way too small for y'all to see it. Digital builders, source, components. All right, here we are. Let's go to the. So, and by the way, you know that when you're building websites, you don't even go in like 90% of the folders. You go straight to the source folder, and you go straight to like the pages and stuff like that. The index.js. So this is, I can already tell this is a bad example because there's only 2 components. But okay, here we go. So this right here is your entire website, really. It shows you that you have your router, which is how it like switches the pages. You have your login here. You have your join here. Your main here. So this is like this tree here. It's a function. And so at the top, you import all of the different React stuff and the node package management stuff, which is basically like, it's an open source project where everything is already built and updated and custom. And then when you do npm install, when you do npm install, you're downloading everything onto your website to now use. Everything is already pre-built. So now at the top you have all these different import statements, which is everything that you're going to use to build what you're building. We got everything there. And then you go to pages. So I got my login page right here. I got my main page here, and then you put the code for each page inside of there, and it's just a way of like splitting everything up, and it just makes everything easier, pretty much, right? And I probably did a shitty job of explaining that, but the index.js is like your guide or your blueprint, right? And you create it in a function. If y'all know what a JavaScript function is, so const main page. So this is basically saying this is the main page, and then this is everything that's inside of there. This is my header, right here, header, title, digital builders. This is for the Digital Builder 757 website, right? By the way. So let's go look at that so that we're not just looking at the gibber. Digital Builder 757. It's this. And when I found out that I was working for the startup that was hiring me, and I found out that that project was built with React front end, Firebase, Node.js backend, I then went and created this website so I could have like 2 weeks to practice and to really learn and to grasp this stuff, right? So this is the front page here. And then after you log in, it's really, this thing is really like janky. I actually never finished it, but it's a live chat option here. And I feel terrible because like 70 people have signed up for this. I saw it in the back end, and I'm sure when they got here, they were like, yo, what the hell is this? And it's just because I made it open source now. So shit, we could make this whatever we want to make it. But I was trying to like come up with a to-do list to help people who are self-taught programmers kind of like level up type shit. I had like, and then I was just also just messing around with the technology. But anyway, getting back to the code, we got the digital, so there's not much to it. See inside, so this is basically the whole website here in the index.js. And that's why React is so cool, because you build shit separate in separate folders. So if we were to really, so your index.js tells you the entire project. And then now if we wanted to change anything about the header, which is, the header is, I believe it's like, isn't it outside? I think it's outside of the, we already signed in. So now we're like, yeah. So this is the header here. And, but here it shows you like, okay, we have a header, we have chat, we have to-do list. I kind of wish it was more. But then you go to your separate, like everything is just separate. And you know what I mean? Like everything is split up in components, and you like wrap it. And then depending on what you're using to route, like I use React Router, your import statements are at the top. And then this function here basically has your whole project. You tried React once in the past, but at the time it was way over your head, so you went back to normal JavaScript. Okay. Yeah, which and I feel you. I feel you on that. It's hard to understand React first, and then you really need to go. That's why they always say HTML first, then CSS, then JavaScript, then React. It's really a natural progression. Like that's like understanding JavaScript before understanding React is like trying to understand fucking algebra before understanding addition and subtraction. You really have to kind of like build up because you use all these things together. Like this right here is JavaScript, except for like this is what makes it React, which is, it's called JSX. And but this is within a JavaScript function, const app. And then you see const app, and then this just means that you're like calling the function. And then whenever you see this arrow and then these curly braces, that means that you're like putting something inside of that function, if that makes any sense. And a function, if you don't know what a function is, it's just what it sounds like. It's functionality. A way that I could explain what a function is, and this is talking JavaScript. Y'all know what a JavaScript object is? The easiest way to explain that is that it's literally an object. For example, as a human, right? Say I was building a human object. I would say const human equals, you know, human is the, you could name this whatever you want to name it. Let's pretend like we're all God for a second, and we're trying to create an object in the real world. That's how kind of easy it is to understand JavaScript when you're thinking about it that way. So you use const, whatever the name of the object you're creating is. Since you're God, it goes here. This is an app. We can, like, we're in our example, we're calling it human. And then the equals parentheses arrow just means like that. I'm gonna skip that part for now. That's making it a function. But whenever you see these two curly braces, this is the beginning of your object, and then this is the end of your object. And everything inside of here is your is your, what it's saying, return statement. That means it's a function. It's returning this. But basically just think about it as properties. These are the properties within your object. So with this being a human, we're going to need a head. We're going to need arms. We're going to need a body. We're going to need, all of that shit is your properties. Function is reusable code. There you go. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, since we created a human function, now we could we could double it up and make more. And your properties is literally like you're building it. You can put whatever you want as properties within your object. And then now if you're talking, yeah, it's an arrow function, right? And now, but when you say function though, what's the function of a human? We would put speak. We would put run. We would put walk. These are all functions of the human object that we built. And the properties, you needed legs. You know what I mean? A human can sit. A human can speak. So then you would say, if mouth opens and, words come out equals he's talking. You know what I mean? So functions is like the functionality of your object. You have to call the function at the end for it to work. Yeah. I thought you had to call it at the beginning with the this right here calls it. That depends on how you write it, right? Because couldn't we technically get rid of this equal sign and just app with the two parentheses right there to call it, like later on, I guess after you build it, like if we wanted to reuse this again later on, you know what I mean? And then with React, you export it. You export it at the end. So with React, this app.jsx was only created to build this app function, and then you export it at the end, and now you can import it into your index.js. So now with the index.js, you imported that entire app from here, all of this stuff, which is our whole app. Index.js is your actual project, and here it is, right here. And you're rendering it. You're rendering all the code so that now you can use it over here. So we can build, that digital builder thing is super simple, but we could build as many of these as we want, and we would just stack them over here. You know what I mean? Yeah, it depends. The things in the green, yeah, this is components. Yeah, this is, let me make sure. And in VS Code, you just like highlight over it to understand. So this is JSX element. Yeah, these are all components. If I'm not, yeah, see React dot exotic component strict mode. So yeah, this is the React. I wouldn't say React's, yeah, I guess that is React syntax, but I think it's also JSX, right? But yeah, that's my janky explanation of React, which is kind of sad because of how many I use it. It's like I know how to use it, and if I need to change something and to build it, I can do that. But when it comes to explaining it, I'm like, damn, this shit is like different trying to explain it. But and that's good practice for our JavaScript class Thursday too. I've been thinking about that. I think I might have to just pull up the javascript.info curriculum and go over that. But let's see. That was just my janky summary. But let's see what Leon Noel has to say about it.
Significant changes happened, and it started a development cycle that added on to the specification for JavaScript that added a lot of features. And so we call all these like newer features ES6 plus. So from 2015 forward, kind of all the latest stuff that gets baked into JavaScript. And a lot of these newer features that you might not have come across too often are actually heavily used in React. So
all of your tags and stuff like that go into the actual folder of that thing, because like of the app, the every single one of those green things have a folder with everything that you're looking for in it, where you actually had built it, and then you export it at the end, and then you import it into your index.js, which places it inside that tree in your website.
I like to start off with just a little bit of review, just before we start looking at code. Tonight, the code really doesn't matter. Like, you don't have to understand it. You don't have to really get intimate with it. But as we go deeper, especially as you do the tutorials, especially as we get ready for next week, you're going to see some of this stuff quite often. So it makes sense just to kind of highlight it very quickly. We're going to see class.
That gave me an idea, yo. One of these days, one of these streams, because I'm going to really try and do this like every day, I'm going to let's go through the React documentation together. And shit, we'll all get better at that shit together. If we go through the documentation, I'll pull it up and because I heard they have a really good tutorial over there. And shoot, I want to brush up on mine anyway to like, deepen my understanding of it.
Classes in the beginning. Throw out the arguments, class functions I don't care about right now. We'll get into that all next week. But you're going to see classes again. It's important to note that classes enable us to spit out objects. We have this lovely constructor object that enables us to spit it out. We have the ability to have methods on our classes. And so the objects that we get from these classes could have properties that are assigned, and they can have methods that were assigned as well. You can think of classes like our templates for objects exactly. We're going to be using it to create components in the beginning before switching to functional components. All right. Another thing that you're going to see quite often are spread operators, and there's both an array spread and an object spread. So here are two variables, foo and bar, and we can see that they're both set equal to an array. When I do the ellipses, the 3 dots followed by the variable name, I can actually pull all the values out of the array without having to do things like looping through it, etc. Right? If I create a new array with my square brackets using literal notation, and I do the ellipses for the two variables, I wind up with a new array that has all the values inside of it, kind of replacing any type of concatenation that we might have done before, or anything that we might have done to like loop through. We can just spread out these values and create really new arrays, and combine different arrays together. It makes life a lot easier. And when we start seeing React code, you're going to see this quite often. And so it's helpful to know, all right, this is a spread operator. All we're doing is pulling the values out of that array and using them. Folks are saying, I used this today on Code Wars. Yeah, this shows up in tons of Code Wars solutions. So definitely something you want to have in your repertoire. Definitely comes in clutch with Code Wars for sure. Cool. There's also an object spread, which you're going to see a lot, especially when it comes to React, where you have kind of your style a part of a component as well. And so if we look at this spread, we have this lovely object up here called default style. And then inside of this style object, you can see that I've spread the object. And what's going to happen is all of the values that were in this, hold on one second, demo pro, all the values that were inside of this default style are now going to make their way into this style object. So what winds up happening is that inside of style, there will also be a color black. There will also be a font size 12. There will also be a font weight normal. And I don't have to constantly keep retyping this. I can just spread that object wherever I need it, right? Now, this code, right? This code that we're seeing is going to pop up in the, sorry, I have something in my eye. Jesus. This code that you're seeing is going to pop up in the two tutorials.
Yo, what up, bro? I'm typing like I can't talk.
Over and over again. All
yeah.
right.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you can just add it, bro, unless they're only going to let me do that. Let's take a look real quick. And I appreciate you for adding to the school, man.
That you have to remember that it's still read from top to bottom. And so what will wind up happening is we passed in these 3 values.
Oh snap, we got a new member.
We still overrided the font weight, right? From what was originally normal to bold. And so what you'll see here.
Hold on, let's pause this for 1 second. This dude goes to Mari. Word. Okay, yeah, what were we doing? We were gonna yeah, so if you go to, yeah, you should be able to add it here. Yep. Unless it only lets me let me know if it doesn't let you do it.
Is that the final style object has a font weight of bold. Even though the spread was there, the cascade is kind of still in effect. It's kind of like a cascade. Exactly. Cool. All right. So we're actually going to see this tonight. And so when we get to it, we'll see, all right, this is some lovely spreading here. We also have destructuring. And destructuring is a really important concept that we've actually seen already in our backend code. And I think it's really important that you take some time to understand it a little bit more deeply, because it just does come up a hell of a lot. And so Free Code Camp actually has a wonderful article on destructuring that is linked here in the slide. You can just click that link and read it. Make that part of your homework. The beautiful thing about destructuring is you could do it with arrays and you could do it with objects. Jason Derulo, hey, how you doing? Thank you for the gift of subs. Hope you're doing well. Good to see you. Yeah. This is all over the place in React. Yeah, it really is. You're gonna see destructuring everywhere.
Yeah, man, you're about to end up teaching me something about that, because I'm not gonna lie, I kind of breezed through that course for that certification, for that Man, this wine is starting to hit. Every time I start talking, I'm like, yo, I was chugging that wine a little too strong earlier.
So it makes sense to get comfortable with it. Here you can see some very simple syntax where we have name and team, and we have 2 values. And basically what we're able to do is to pull all the values out of this array and give them a variable name that we can use. So very quickly, instead of having to like loop through and like assign variable names to each value inside of the array, we can use this notation and very quickly be able to say, all right, name is now Bob, team is now 100 devs, and loop through it. Array destructuring, we'll see, we've actually already seen object destructuring, and object destructuring is kind of the same thing. This is kind of following the template from the Free Code Camp article, but in this case we have mascot with name of Bob and team of 100 devs, and I'm able to create individual variables of name and team from this original object. So when I say name, I get Bob. When I say team, I get 100 devs. I'm not actually using the object. I'm just kind of pulling these values out. Well, also I destructure all the time. Exactly. Where have we seen destructuring so far?
Shit, where have we seen destructuring? JavaScript, right? All right, it's gone.
Yeah, so when we did Brad's authentication course, their authentication, the ensure auth, the ensure guest, right? That ensure auth, that ensure guest, that was an example of destructuring, right? That was a big old object that we were able to pull out the pieces that we wanted, give them their own variables, and use them inside of our files. And so we carried that code over to our binary upload boom as well. And so we have already been using destructuring, even if you haven't known that you're using destructuring. So
we skipped that part.
In our passcode, you're going to see it in React all the time, right? Cool. So definitely give this article a read. And when you see this syntax, don't freak out. When you see this syntax here, don't freak out. You see the syntax here, don't freak out. You can definitely go through and understand destructuring in more detail and know that it comes up quite often. Cool. All right. This is my my warning. Tonight, we're not looking at good code. Tonight, we're not looking at clean code. We're not looking at good React examples. We're looking at old stuff. We're looking at bad stuff. We're going to be baddies and write bad code, because tonight has nothing to do with the code. It has nothing to do with actually writing components. It has nothing to do with the actual syntax that we'll be using going forward. Tonight is simply, I want you to walk away understanding why. So this is my warning. If you're a code weenie, get out. This is not going to be a good class for you. You're going to have a really rough time over the next few hours. So yeah, my warning that I'm about to be a baddie. We're going to write some bad code. We're going to look at some bad code. We're going to look at some old code. All right. And I always get this question, and I just want to be very clear. I have people like, I've read some of the DMs in the past, and this is a very common DM, especially when I get to React. Leon, how dare you teach them that old way of doing things? You're setting them up for a lifetime of React failure. And my response is always, how many folks have you helped get jobs in the last 6 months? Because if it's less than 100, you're not on my numbers. You're not on my numbers. If it's less than 100, you ain't on my numbers. That means hundreds of companies that I am seeing people walk into. I am getting the real boots on the ground, what they're experiencing, what they're working on. And I can tell you right now, one of the most common things that a lot of my folks that are walking into entry-level roles are doing is they're updating React code bases from class-based components to functional components. So why would I not teach both, right? Why would I not show you some bad code? Why would I not say, hey, this is some things you're probably still going to see out in the wild.
I'm happy for you, but
right?
I can't
This
really
is some things that I'm seeing my students having to work on quite frequently.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, I'm going to still show it. So if you're a code weenie, you're getting ready to send me that message, you already know what my response is going to be. It floats all over again. Exactly. It floats all over again. But that being said, things have fundamentally changed, right? And so I want that to be very clear. The way that we're writing React has changed. It's changed over the last year or two. We're learning React right now. For the better. There are lots of improvements that we're going to talk about next week that make our lives easier. But tonight's not about any of that. It's just understanding why React. All right. React is a library for handling your UI.
That's a good way to put it.
That's it. Have a wonderful night, everybody. Hope you do well. Have a great weekend. I will see you on Sunday for the continuation of the super review. That's it. All right, everybody. Let's figure out who we're going to raid. Let's see who's online. No, please don't leave. React is a library for handling your UI. It very simply allows you to write components, which you can reuse and extend when needed, and it does not handle anything else. So I used a couple big words there we're going to break down tonight, but it's simply a library for handling your UI. Bruh. That's it. What the heck is a UI? That's my first question in the chat. What's a UI?
Okay, cool. Yeah. Right. Yo, let's pull that up live after we get through components. It's gonna be like another 15 minutes. I'm trying to wrap up something I'm working on too right now in the other screen. But then shit, let's look at it.
User interface, exactly. It's a user interface.
Once we get through components.
It's the thing that our users are going to interface with to use your application, right? And so if we look at an older UI, this is kind of Facebook's old UI. For folks that aren't hip yet, Facebook was the folks that kind of initially helped develop and popularize React, and they used it to solve some very real problems that they were facing as their code base got larger. Okay, so what we're looking at right now is Facebook's old UI, like their older user interface. This is actually one of my past cohort members' Facebook page. They've given me permission to use it. I've just blanked out anything that like mattered. That's why there's a lot of like missing stuff. All right. Yeah. Cool. Now, when it comes to
my bad.
Sorry, when it comes to React being a library that handles your UI, right? Somebody asked, what's the difference between a library and a framework? You could think of a library as kind of just a set of tools, but with no like rhyme or reason for how you should use those tools. There is no opinionated stuff behind how you use those tools. It's not bringing in other scaffolding for you to use those tools. It's just a collection of kind of like methods, right? It's a collection of things that enable you to do some stuff. We'll go deeper into that on Tuesday, but that's kind of it. Like a framework's going to give you a lot more. And so people kind of argue whether or not React is technically a framework or not, but we'll be able to have that argument better once we learn the basics. So let's save that argument for Tuesday. Yeah, that's a big code weedy.
Bro, you posting, that's the goal, bro. The goal is to have me not be the only person posting in there. So every time anybody posts in there, man, I super appreciate it. We all do.
So Facebook is, I keep saying Facebook. React is simply a library for handling your UI. And Facebook was running into some significant trouble as their app was getting bigger, as their UI was handling more stuff or seeing more stuff. So far, we've built some very simple UIs, and we introduced an architecture pattern that we've been using recently. What's the big architecture pattern that we've been using recently that helps keep our applications organized?
Applications.
Yeah, it's been MVC. And if we're worried about the UI or the user interface, like the things that our user is actually interacting with to do things on our application, what part of the MVC structure is React kind of going to be existing in?
If y'all are wondering why I'm wearing a suit, by the way, I went to sleep at like 4 o'clock in the morning last night, and I have a bunch of shit to do today. I'm still working on it right now. And when I sat down here to work, I was just not feeling it. I had a hoodie on. I had like pajama pants on. So I took a shower and I pretended like I was going to the office or somewhere important. I like got dressed for real, sprayed some cologne on, and sat here so I could actually feel a little motivation. It's work too. I've been sitting here for what, like 4 hours now?
It's old user interface. Let's take a look at all this stuff that's actually happening real quick. We have posts, and posts kind of have all their different complexities, likes, time, all this other fun stuff. We had stories that were popping off. We had creating posts. Statuses were still technically a thing. We had marketplace and watch and knowing whether or not there were new things to watch or new things in the marketplace. We had all of our groups and whether or not there were new posts in those groups. You could explore new things and see as those pages were going up or down. You had your events that were coming through, and sometimes it'd be more or less events. You had information on the pages that you created. You could see all the things that recently happened. You could see the games that your friends are playing, and you could jump into those friend pages again. You could keep track of whether or not your friends were online or not. You could see all your events coming through, your friend requests, all your stuff. All your stuff.
Yo, I thought he was frozen. Who else thought he was frozen right there?
So if we are thinking about kind of our current understanding of how we handle our views, this is a colossal, unmaintainable, hot garbage dumpster fire of a mess, right? Because all of this stuff is going to be in like one what?
Folder.
Like the content's probably in like one big ass HTML file, or in our case right now, one EJS file. There's so
Damn, that's even worse than being a folder.
happening. Look at all this logic, right? Like, are they?
See, yeah, let's pause here real quick. So remember when I was showing y'all React and how you export certain things and you import certain things? I wish I didn't close it now that it's starting to click a little bit. So that's why, right? I don't know. Somebody here might know more than me about this, but so how you separate everything in its own separate place. You have one index.js with that green component thing, and in another file or another folder, you write all of the code, and at the bottom you export it. And then in your index.js, you import it, and you can, in that, you create one function, and then you can line your whole project up. You put the header at the top, then you put like, all your shit in there. You put and it's reusable. Components are reusable. So that means you only have to make one login button or whatever. You have to make one thing. Like, I guess for Facebook, it would be one like button, or, all of these different things that he circled here. So then you have one file with everything, and then whenever you need to change that stuff, you go back into the other folder where you originally put the header, and then you only have to change it in one spot. See, as a new person, I just learned how to code really like the past 2 years. So I don't know what it was like before in the older times. So sometimes I forget that that's not even just how everything works. And that I couldn't even imagine this stuff being in one super long file. Like, I'm dealing with the index.js file right now that is growing as our project grows. It's starting to get out of control. And I'm starting to think like, man, is there a way that I can segment this thing a little bit? But yeah, just to throw some extra understanding on this and connect it to what we were talking about before.
Is there new stuff? Is the likes going up? Are there new posts? Do you have new notifications? Do you have new friend requests? Like, if we're going to be handling all that pretty much like conditional logic, right? That would probably all be in one singular what right now with the way we've been doing things. Like one JS file, right? Imagine having all of this logic, like all this client-side logic, whether or not it should be red or gray or green or numbers going up, going down, like all that stuff. If we're thinking about it right now, right, is maybe one EJS file, maybe a few if we figured out partials, right? Maybe like our header and footer got separated onto partials, which we could think of partials as kind of like the beginning of components, right? But all this logic is all over the place, right? All this logic is all over the place. All this style is probably in one CSS file until we start breaking out. So there's just too much. If I take a developer and I tell them to go and fix something on this page, it's over, right? It's over. To find what to fix, to be afraid not to break anything. Like, go back to kind of even like our object-oriented lectures, right? Like, is any of this stuff abstracted? Are we encapsulating the right stuff? Is this maintainable? Is it easy for new developers to jump in and make changes and not lose sleep at night? And the answer is like, no. Where we're at in our journey right now, the answer is just a big, fat no. But what I want you to do is I want you to take just a slightly deeper look at this. And what we're going to notice is that a lot of this stuff is being reused. Can you see what I mean by that? Like, I feel like a lot of this stuff is kind of repeating itself, right? So we're going to have posts And there's probably posts on this page, like your home page, other people's pages. Are those posts across different pages really fundamentally any different? Not really. And are stories that appear on this page versus some other place really any different? No. And so what React really introduced first is an idea of a component. And a component really changes the game when you start to look at a lot of these UIs. A lot of these UIs are using the same thing over and over again, right? If we look at these shortcuts that kind of have the numbers going up, it's almost the exact same component as the Explore. So we could figure out our logic, we could figure out our styling, we could figure out kind of our content and store it all in one component and then be able to reuse it where we need it to, right? And so this idea of breaking things down into components really does add to the maintainability of our code. And what I mean by that is that, one, we can keep all of our stuff together, right? We can keep our logic, our styling, our content into these components, and then these components can be reused not only across the page, but across our entire application, and maybe even across other applications. Is a post on Facebook fundamentally any different than a post on Instagram? Right? Facebook owns both Facebook and Instagram. Are they fundamentally any different? Now, I'm not saying this is how it actually works at Facebook, but the idea is there, right? Like, we could write our post component once and then reuse it across our application and maybe even across other applications. And then the beautiful thing is, if any other engineer wanted to come and fix how posts work, they know exactly where to go. They're not jumping through a
exactly, bro,
JavaScript file to find the logic.
For example, shit, my favorite example that I've been using, you've probably been here long enough to hear me say it a bunch of times. Basically, React is the same thing as if you're trying to go to the store down the street and you walk outside your house and you have an electric scooter to choose from, that's React. Or an HTML and CSS and JavaScript, that would be the scooter without electricity. That's not motorized. You got to actually hop on it and pedal it yourself. You know, think of all the code that you have. I mean, you still have to write a lot of code, but it's just organized so much better. Now, there are a lot of OGs out there, old heads who kind of hate on React, but I was talking to Tim about that a little bit inside of our stream, inside of our podcast. And Tim, he works for one of the top streaming services. He told me to stop saying who they are. I didn't know he can get in trouble for that if I say that on stream. But he works for one of the top streaming services. And himself, 30 years in the game, he's a principal architect, meaning that he's on top of all these other developers. And he basically was saying that React is better for the community at hand. And even if we stop learning like all of the like lower level shit, now we could mess around and break something lower level, but then that's when we call the experts. If we were us using our React at the top higher level, making stuff like happen so faster, and we don't really understand the exact specifics of HTML, CS, you know what I mean? If we mess something up, that's when you call the experts. But they have built this shit up for us to use it now and to make it easier. And there's going to be something else that happens in the future. And, you know, we're just using the tools that we have to kind of like cook more. That's why you need your templates. When you're going to build stuff, you're going to be grabbing components off of like, you know, websites like Webflow and Tailwind. You're going to grab different shit that's already built, because we're not rebuilding the wheel anymore. You know, why would you rebuild something that has been built millions of times? How many times have somebody coded a header from scratch? That has been built a billion times on the internet. So why would you open up your VS Code and start with a div? And then start with the, you know, trying to place it and make it responsible. And a lot of these courses are very much from the past in that sense. Whereas now, 9 times out of 10, probably 10 times out of 10, if you're hopping in a hackathon or you're hopping on a project and you're going to go build something, you're going to hop straight into like one of the thousands of different websites that have shit already built and ready to go for you to just grab it and plug it in. You know, we're like handyman at this point, or like we're like just putting shit together. But that does not make you any less of an engineer. Does not make you any less valuable of a coder or anything like that. But still, what I always say after that is you still want to always do better, always read more books and try to up your knowledge. But still at the same time, you know, it ain't no shame in using React and templates and shit like that. Rant over.
For likes, right? They're not jumping through a hot mess of 10,000 lines of CSS to change how a post looks, right? We can store all of that logic, all of that style, all of that content into one reusable, easy to maintain component. And so as we start to build out our application,
and when I asked him, I was like, well, what about those people who we see online in YouTube talking shit about, you know, 2024 React developers don't know shit? He was like, it's ignorant. It's ignorant and it's short-sighted. It's just hating, just like old man hating type shit, you know?
What we want to be able to do is see components everywhere. If we could start breaking down...
My bad, I keep pausing this. But he basically said that we build these things for the future to move faster. We don't build these things for y'all to have to come here and do the way that we used to do it back in the day and learn. Like y'all gonna start coding in binary, you know, and you gotta start with binary and work your way all the way up. Like, nah, y'all go ahead, start there and push shit forward as fast as you can. We can move so fast with this and then React. It sucks for them, you know, because they used to have to do the shit by hand and it still wouldn't look as good. But, you know, now it's even going to be something else. That's what evolution is about. You're building on top of the shit so that the kids of the future can stand on top of the shoulders and, you know, take it from there.
Down our applications into reusable components. Not only does it like make your life easier when you have to maintain or update or work with other engineers that want to do the same, but it also accelerates your development because you could just reuse them. On 2 classes ago, I showed you how to like make your MVPs stylistically look good very quickly. What did I use to get that landing page done in like 3 seconds? It was components that were using Tailwind, right? And so I was literally able to like copy and reuse my components, and I had a nice header, I had a nice hero, I had a nice footer, and boom, 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 copy and paste it, and I'm done, right? Now, this is kind of like a very simple introduction to it, but these reusability of components, the maintainability of the components can make our lives a lot easier, especially as our UIs.
By the way, bro, we're going to check out your thing when we get to props. It's the next section here at 37 minutes. We're going to switch over to the school for a second and check that out. We're at, I think, 7 minutes left.
Start to get more complex. So tonight we're going to talk about components. We're going to talk about something called props. And we're going to talk about something called state. And when we use all 3 of these things combined, we can build UIs that handle our views that really enable us to build faster, build more maintainable code, and make it so that we can not have a hot dumpster fire of a mess of client-side JavaScript, a mess of client-side CSS, and all this other stuff that's coming through. So what I want to do now is we're at the top of the hour, so we're going to take our break. When we come back from the break, we're going to kind of dive into this idea of components a little bit deeper. And then I'm going to introduce something called props, which really does add flexibility to our components. And then we'll bring state in.
Well, shit. Let's speed through it. Hold up.
Tonight, so we were talking about Facebook might have been a quick second, right? Like, what are these red dots used to do?
Oh, did he already take the break?
Like new stuff, right? Like new things were either there to be watched or there's something new in the market. Drop from
My bad.
gray to red.
My bad. He must have edited that, I guess. That was weird. Okay, yeah, he's still there. My fault.
There was probably some sort of Ajaxy stuff going on when we look at any of these updates. Like there's some sort of way that we're like actually getting new information and updating it. There's probably, like, if we were doing it like the way we've been doing it, there's like, would there be a page refresh? Imagine if you're refreshing the page for all of this crap, right? Like, no, that can't happen. If we look at something like the bell too, right? Like, think about that for a second. That bell could be like that dark blue. It could be white. It could have a number. The number has to keep going up, right? Like, that's a lot of JavaScript to keep track of. And if we were doing it the way we've been doing it, this would all be like in a singular file. And imagine trying to maintain all of this crap, right? So the beautiful thing about components, as Facebook's UI got bigger and bigger, more and more not maintainable by the easiest stretch of the imagination, components through React gave them some really beautiful things. Like if we think about this kind of box here as a component, we can keep all of this logic about the dots. We can keep all this logic about kind of when they show, when they go from gray to red, when all that stuff happens. And better yet, these dots can be their own component that is reused in a larger, let's say, like feed component or something like that, right? So we can actually start having components that exist inside of other components or extend, right? And so we can really start to think about each piece of this UI as a component, and that component could have all of its logic. It could have all of its CSS, everything in one place. Now, some folks start to say, Leon, well, this kind of seems like it violates what? Like, Leon, you're telling me that you're combining like your content, your style, your JavaScript into this one entity called a component. We're starting to get pretty close to violating separation of concerns. Exactly. And so what was the goal of separation of concerns? What was the goal, kind of sussly? What was the goal of separation of concerns? Yeah, thank you, Blah. It was organization, right? It was adding maintainability to our code. It was making, exactly, Blah, our life easier. It was making it so that when other developers came and worked on our code, they knew where to go and what to do. And the real purpose behind separation of concerns and why I introduced it so early on is because I want you to think critically about the code that you write, right? Like the reason why separation of concerns is introduced at that point is because I need you to start thinking like a developer. What's going to make your life easier? What is going to make the life of the other developers you're working with, their lives easier? And as we add more stuff to our developmental skill set, we might need to revisit some of these paradigms. And so in essence, I mean, if you really think about it, you got, right? You got, right? Like it's where we started, but there might be some other things that might be a little bit better now we've been a little bit further along down the timeline, right? And so when it comes to separation of concerns, yes, it was about adding maintainability. It was about adding organization. It's about separating presentation and business logic, and all that stuff is still happening, right? All that stuff is still happening with components. It's just a different way of going about it. And so will it actually be separated out into individual files? It depends on how you go about building out your components. Some folks will have everything in their component. It will have the style, it will have the logic, it will have everything in one place. Sometimes people will separate out into individual files that are all associated with one component. It'll be up to you. So, and the team that you join about how together things are, but you're still adhering to it just in a slightly different way. And at the end, it's still achieving the same goals of that maintainability, that organization, having new developers know where to go when they sit down. When they sit down, and the big sweeping change is that these dots now have to be squares, right? They know where to go. Mm-hmm. Right?
Yeah, bro.
They know where to go, right?
That's so
the idea
true.
of components going forward. Now, as we start to think about components, we start to think about the reusability of our components, I want you to pay attention to some things that were happening in this UI. Over here, there was something that would show up when your friends were logged on. What would show up when any of your contacts were online?
Your
you
picture?
Remember what would show up there before Messenger or things like that? Yeah, we would have a green dot that showed up when that user was online. Now, a question for you. In terms of like logic, like there's an update that has happened, there's somebody online, or there is something new to watch, or there's something new in the marketplace. Is there really any difference between these dots and these red dots?
No, right?
Give me a little creative freedom here.
I'm gonna say no.
Hey, Jesus, hey, we're in your territory tonight. If y'all have React questions, just go to Nick.
Oh shit.
On Discord. Hey, Jesus, they're there for you. Yeah, there's no difference, right? There's no difference between the green dots that show up here and the red dots that show up here, except for one change. And that change is the color. So the beauty of React components is that you can pass in what we call props.
Right.
And props give flexibility to your components. There's nothing fundamentally different between the dots that show up for new things in the marketplace and the dots that show up when somebody's logged on, except for the color. And so with props, we could pass the color we care about into our components, right? So the component that we're using over here, we would pass in a prop of red. And the component that we're using over here, we would pass in the prop of green.
Yeah, let's chill.
We could literally reuse.
My bad, I almost forgot. See, I thought he was gonna do that differently. Honestly, when I was thinking about it, I was thinking that this would be a good chance to throw in like a Boolean, you know? Because sometimes I try and say like, we all know what a Boolean is, but when the hell do you use one, right? And I was thinking that would be like, if you're looking over here and someone's online, then it would be somewhere in your logic would say like, is user online? Or maybe you would write the Boolean is active, and that would be true or false, right? You know what I mean? Okay, yeah, let's get into it. How is it working as a junior dev? Is it harder or easier than I imagined? I like that question, bro. So far as a junior dev, it is honestly, and I may just be lucky because I'm remote, and as long as I don't fuck up, I'm free pretty much. And I have I have one meeting a week, and I have a whole list of stuff to do by that meeting. That's what I'm working on right now. The meeting is Thursday. This is like Tuesday. So I try to stay ahead of the game, even though I've been like YouTubing a lot. So, and with like starting this, and the hackathon kind of slowed me up a little bit. It got a little sketch on the hackathon, but you know, I caught back up. I'm working on it right now. They checked in with me earlier, and I was like, I'm gonna go hard this week, you know. So as long as you a person who is gonna make sure once you get there, make sure that you don't mess it up, mess up your position. And that's like, luckily for me, I'm remote. You know, I think that if I was in the office, it may be a lot more stressful. It may be a lot more pressure, you know, with people over my shoulder. Like, look, I'm on stream, drinking wine, sipping tea, and working while streaming. You know, how the hell would I do that in any other situation? You know what I mean? But I'm also like a super self-driven person. You know what I'm saying? So, but it's definitely, I would say, easier than I imagined because like of ChatGPT and because of like I have the perfect team. You know, my lead developer is also a friend because we worked together in that first hackathon that I always talk about. So I got him. You know, my startup is like super cool, man. The owners are super cool. It's like a husband and wife team. They're like super cool, and they got funded with it for their idea that we're building. And, you know, I'm excited for the future, man, because I really do think that like we're going to do great things. You know, we're building an app for the Navy, and the Navy is very like slow to take on technology. So we're in a good position as long as like, you know, we all accomplish what we know that we can. So, but I do also feel extremely blessed to be in my position, which is why I'm also like giving back heavy. I'm giving back, spending a lot of time giving back to like, you know, trying to help others and stuff like that. Yeah. Next.js, React, Tailwind, God tier. Agreed, bro. 100%. The moment you start to understand components, props, your build applications, how dope is that, bro? Why? Thank you for saying that. Why not use those things? Because look, we could build anything, man. We could all team up and make some crazy thing. Whatever we can think of, it's all there. Y'all can make an app with a chat, like in like one. I know this is janky. Y'all know how janky this is. But you got authentication right there with Firebase. You know how long it probably would have took me to code this? Then you get in the back and we got a live chat functional right here. Now, I would need to look in to see why everybody's profile picture isn't showing. I don't know what's up with that. But this is all like, I coded this in no time. You know, and that's with Firebase and Firestore database, React, and Chakra UI. I think for the styling of it, that's without me having to write no CS and no HTML. That was all like, that was already built, and I just put it all together. The moment you start to understand, frameworks are your friend, straight up. I like clock in, like, you know what I mean? That's why I'm not showing what I'm doing. If you notice, like, I'm showing this video. I'm not showing my code that I'm working on, you know? But yeah, man, I think I'm good. I think I'm pretty good, you know? And yeah, let's get into the school. Oh, we got another member. Bro found us on YouTube. Word, networking. I need to start like welcoming. I need to make a message. Nah, matter of fact, I like to do it like custom. You know what I'm saying? I skipped over the dude earlier because I was kind of rushing. you know. I try to welcome everybody. Okay. And we are going to the message. You already got comments. Data structures and algorithms, where I started. Hey everyone, just wanted to share my personal journey of understanding data structures and algorithms for coding challenges. Hope you guys find this helpful. Let's get into it. Let me make sure the sound is working. Okay.
Hi, I hope everyone's having a good day. I just wanted to come on here and kind of give my path of what I'm doing to better understand the data structures and algorithms portion of coding, even though most entry-level programming positions might not ask you, coding challenges. I think there's still a possibility that it will come up, and I understand that people want to learn how to optimize their code, and understanding the steps to solving those complex problems that they could possibly come across in the future. So I'm no expert. Let me say that right now. I am no expert when it comes to data structures and algorithms, but this is something that's been helping point me in the right direction. So I use ChatGPT. Obviously, it's like, I'm sure everyone here uses it. It's great. So we're going to go over this two-sum LeetCode problem, right? So let's say you read this, I don't even know where to start, right? So let's say you're like, I don't even know where to start. You've watched tutorials, you've copied and pasted code from those tutorials, and the tutorials are just saying, just go line by line. It's not too difficult, this, that, and it's not clicking, right? You don't know what else to do. You think you're looking up tutorials that are just like the basic beginner level stuff, but you're still like not able to understand how to solve problems like this. So we're gonna go here into ChatGPT. I have a template I use to help point me in the right direction. That's all this is. It's not really like a magic answer to learn these. It's gonna take a while to fully understand how to accomplish all these coding challenges. So this is the template that I use. So there's this coding challenge that I'm not understanding, the two-sum LeetCode challenge versus what I just showed you guys. I don't want you to solve it for me, but I'd like you to list out foundational concepts so I can reinforce my knowledge, but also like a few challenges that can be a little easier so I can get to understanding the more difficult challenge. And if you can also give me small projects that I can tackle that will utilize the concepts that are discussed in this coding challenge. So boom, send it to ChatGPT, and then it gives a great answer. Foundational concepts. So understanding arrays. Maybe watch a little video on arrays, hash tables, hash maps, sorting, time complexity analysis. Some easier challenges to do that aren't as difficult as a two-sum challenge. Reverse an array, find a minimum or maximum, check for duplicates. It gives a great response to at least point you in the right direction so you can better understand what the heck this LeetCode challenge is even asking. So again, I will have this on here so you guys can save it and change it however you'd like. Anyways, if you guys find this helpful, please use it, utilize it, and I will catch you guys later.
Word. Thanks for sharing, bro. Appreciate you. Oh, they already had that for me? That's what's up, man. Oh, shit. Yo, congratulations, man. That's what's up. Wow. Hey, good luck, man. If I remember correctly, you were looking for something like that too, weren't you? Don't you have a... Yeah. That's what's up, bro. Happy for you. See, that's the goal right there, man. One by one, we all gonna cross over to that land, man. That's dope. But yeah, thanks for sharing that, Ethan. Hell yeah. Front end. So, and that's with, oh yeah, Sally Beauty. So you don't have to worry about any back end. You're just pretty much like, yeah, I remember. Yeah, so you're pretty much just working on like the UI and whenever they need to make changes and stuff like that. That's dope.
The exact same component and just pass in different props. We get all the reusability, we get all the maintainability of having just to maintain one component, that is these dots, but we get the flexibility of saying, oh, over here the dots should be red and over here the dot.
It's so funny how we're all different, man, because I would rather be working on back end than the front end. Oh, okay. That's what's up. Do you know what the tech stack that they're using is gonna be? My thing about front end is just that I think I'm traumatized from when I was freelancing, and I had to like change a web page like 10 different times to try and make a person happy. But if you're already working with a company, you're probably gonna have a team. Like Sally Beauty, like if I'm not mistaken, that's a pretty big company. So you're probably gonna be in a group with like a lead and stuff like that. I was on my own, like struggling. Okay, word. That's dope. You're gonna learn a lot from that, and then getting that on your resume too, for the future, to be able to like leverage that wherever you want to go, or shit, stay with them and just climb up. That's dope.
I think we have to go and like fundamentally change our CSS. I don't think we have to go and like fundamentally change any logic.
If I could, man, lock me in the basement and let me just work on the back end in a basement where I'm just, because the thing about me and with the back end for technical, they just had manipulate an array of fruits. Oh, damn, you even had to deal with that's what's up. Were you I would have been nervous with if they were trying to get technical on me. But man, like, I think my dream position is just like, because the thing about the back end, once it works, it works. It doesn't really have to go for review. I feel like as long as it's work. Granted, you can fuck up. Like you can be sorting arrays in the wrong way, some way that's like not optimal. And I'm sure if you're dealing with like a huge project, it could be an issue. So you're an artist then. That means you're an artist. You know, I mean, the thing about developers, all of us are artists technically, but I feel like visual art would be more so the front end, because you're dealing with like where things are, the user experience and stuff like that. Man, that's what's up.
You need to pass in a freaking color so it knows to be red.
Next question would be, how did you find this? Did you find it on like LinkedIn or something like that, or did you know somebody? That's the next question. Yeah, front end is designed for
red
sure.
For this component and green for that component. That's it. So components have this wonderful bit of reusability. If somebody needs to edit how dots function across our entire application, they go to our dots component, right? These dots are going to show up here, 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 maybe 20 other places across our application. We're going to need these freaking dots. But in some places, we're going to want them to be red. Some places we're going to want them to be green. Some places we're going to want them to be blue. We don't have to want to rebuild a whole new component. We don't have to rebuild all that logic, redo all that CSS. We just want to be able to say it should be red, green, blue. And so when we use the component, we can pass that color into it via props and get that flexibility. Cool. Could you implement dark mode, light mode across the whole app simply with props? Possibly. Yeah, let's think about it that way. Yeah. Now, let's think about another like really cool, like key thing to Facebook. When we're looking at our posts, right? We're thinking about posts. There are posts on Facebook and there are also posts on Instagram. We said earlier.
That's good. That's dope, man. I'm gonna stop saying that it's hard to get something off LinkedIn. Shit, you proved me wrong. Even though I always do throw in some people can. That's wild, bro. Because everybody talks about how hard it is on LinkedIn, you know? So shit, let me stop saying that. Because you proved me wrong right there. You got something off LinkedIn from applying. Granted, it was 2 months ago. Still, that's dope.
That a post
Congratulations,
on Facebook
bro.
Was fundamentally exactly the same thing as a post on Instagram. But there's probably just like a few key differences. What's probably the biggest difference between a post on Instagram and a post on Facebook?
One's a picture, one's text.
There's really only one big difference, right? They both have like text they both have like a text. They both have like images, right? Like,
okay.
They both have like almost the same stuff. But the real
shout out to
difference
LinkedIn.
in my mind is like on Facebook, it's a thumbs up for liking, and it's a heart on Instagram.
Right.
Right? Fundamentally, they're the same thing, right? Maybe a little bit different in terms of like text or image or something like that, but fundamentally, a post on Facebook should operate almost the exact same as a post on.
Hey man, don't leave the group now that you got a job, bro. You gotta stick around.
Different icon.
Most of us don't have a job yet. I'm noticing that. I'm like, man, I wonder if people go get a job and be like, all right, y'all, thanks, I'm out.
Across two different code bases that have fundamentally the same logic, the same kind of styling almost, right? We just want likes.
Yeah, man. I'm gonna stop telling people not to apply on LinkedIn.
Use to pass in a thumbs up.
Right.
Yeah. We could use our props on Facebook to pass in a thumbs up, and we could use our props on Instagram to pass in a heart. So we now not only get the ability to reuse the component throughout our application on Facebook, right? Like we could have a post here on the homepage, the newsfeed, etc. But maybe we could even reuse components across different applications as well. And this is something that I do a lot. For me, I have a lot of components that I have written that do key things for me. And when I'm building out a new application, I can just go yoink that component, plop it into my React code base, and I know it has everything that I need. I know that it has all the logic, all the styling, has all the content that I need. And the ability to reuse that anywhere I want is huge. It really speeds up my development. Cool. So if you build a component, you can just reuse it over and over again. Yeah, that's kind of the idea. Because if we really look, right, like if we really look at this UI, is there anything different between shortcuts and explore? Like look at it. Is there anything different between shortcuts and explore? Not really.
Shortcuts and explore?
Right?
Yeah, nah. It's just a list.
Slightly different icons, but it seems like they have all the same functionality. They have all the same style. They have all the same logic, right? Like they still have like the numbers going up. So if we were to do this originally, right?
Ethan, are you still here, bro?
We might have JavaScript handling each one of these.
Yeah, I use React.
Right?
I use React pretty much every day. I'm using it right now, but I'm not a master of it. I never worked through all of the documentation, you know? And I think earlier today we were working on we were just fixing people's LinkedIn profiles, motivating them, but then after a while I was like, all right, what do y'all want to work on? And I think it was Adrian that said React. Yo, I'm trying to take a break, man. You want to play a game of League real quick? Ethan's one of my League homies. If any of y'all play League, that's how I chill for a second when I'm tired of coding and I need a little break. I usually either play League or go work out or something. Yeah, I could go for a little break real quick. I'm probably gonna just chill and play some music for a little bit. / League. But let's see what we got. I'm trying to think, what else do I need to do so I'm not forgetting nothing. I shot another one of the crash course thing. I did some tasks for work. What's today? The 13th. Tomorrow, okay, I got a video. The 15th is my stand-up, and then we got the Q&A on the 15th. Yeah, I think I'm going to take a slight break here and play one. I need my brain to reset for a second. Just play some music and play some League, but I'm not trying to get last time I got copywritten, so I'm going to try to not play no songs that people know. I think I'm good with Ryan Celsius. His stuff is usually good to go. Let me double check though. It should say it in the description, right? You haven't? Yeah, I don't know if I would recommend it because it's addicting. But if you are, like, it's like a secret handshake if you do play it. Oh shit, Asia's on. We could do an ARAM. If she wants to. Right? That's why I just play Shaco, man. Because if you're playing Shaco, it's whatever. It's fun no matter what happens. Oh, she got offline. Yeah, let's go. Let's go rank. Hey, Asia. Asia. You want to play an ARAM? Huh? Oh. Yeah, she just got off. Oh, I should probably put this over here too. If I put that here, right? Okay, cool. I'm watching the sound again. I'm still getting used to streaming. Yeah, I'm gonna play like a game or two and then get back into coding. I'm about to take this, I'm about to lose the suit though, man. I'm tired of the suit. It served its purpose. I got my shit done. I appreciate everybody that came in here and chilled with us, man. I don't even know if y'all can hear. Let me turn this down so y'all can hear me. Yeah, for real. Shout out to everybody who came in here, man. I appreciate y'all for chilling with me. This is really gonna help get our hours up, you know, and shit like that. Bro, I used to play StarCraft 2, and that's how I ended up playing League of Legends, because that shit was so... I needed a break. It was too much. I was climbing a little bit too. I love, man, that's a dope game. Yup, that's the problem with League. Once you get in, nothing is the same. It was never the same. I stopped playing, like, I remember, I think I got Red Dead Redemption. I used to love that game. Like, now I don't do anything else. I code and I play League. I play chess too. I'm gonna pick my person and definitely go take this suit off. I'm tripping. I'm starting to like sweat, and it's cold in here. Yo, what? I was a Protoss player. If that's even how you say it. I didn't play that long though. Yeah, man. I found League and I was like, okay, at least with League of Legends, I'm only one character. With StarCraft, you're playing every single character. You could have like 100 different people on your game. I used to feel like my brain was going in 12 different directions. It was getting stressful, especially when the better you get, the higher you climb. All right, I'm gonna pick my person and go lose the suit real quick. I'll be back. I was the blue alien dudes. Yo, Asia. Are you in here? Oh. I'm streaming, me and my friend are playing. It's like 20 people watching us. I've been streaming for like 6 hours. I was like, you better not leave the group now. Oh shit. Oh shit, I'm a little late. My fault. I gotta fix the sound for the game. Let me see if I could do that real quick. I think it's this one. There we go. That new folder, that unzipped folder. This dude's helping me with the thumbnails. That's why y'all are gonna see on the YouTube channel I have goofy thumbnails now. Like, they're turning me into a real YouTuber. My first video I was saying like I'm just gonna do this and I don't care what happens, and now like, you know, I got a little like team that we're building and stuff like that. It's my friends, but you know how that goes. They're just gonna try to make us grow and stuff like that. So I did not want to do it, man. I took a whole bunch of like making all the goofy faces that people do. I'm like, this shit better work, man. If that shit doesn't work, I'm deleting all of it and going back to my like my little not really. I just make them on Canva myself. They're trying to turn me, like, you'll see if you go look at the YouTube channel now, you'll see I have like an actual banner and shit like that now. Not my style, not my choice. Alright, I gotta go try to help this dude. Oh my god. Oh, that was so close.
First blood. An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain.
This is Ethan right here, by the way. Oh. They set us up, bro. Right? I'm gonna give it like a month. If it doesn't work, I'm taking everything down and I'm going back to what I was doing before. Because I was not even trying to ever do that. Especially the first one. I was like, bro, that's like the worst picture. Nice. They're trying to drive engagement. Got one bird top, so get Drake. How are we gonna get Drake level 4? Oh. I hate Karma mid, bro. I'm gonna try to take her bot side. Bro. Oh, you don't. Alright. She's not gonna step up. Alright, I'm coming back.
An enemy has been slain.
Yeah, right. Yeah, they're probably on Drake. I'm gonna try to kill this Yorick. Karma's coming. Oh my god. She has like no health. Watch out though. Woo! That would be so. Alright, I think we can get it, right? Oh no, Shen left. Oh no, you need it back, so I just awarded it. Diana's definitely coming back. I need to buy.
An ally has been slain.
Yo, let us teach you how to play League, bro. We'll get a 5-man team going. I'm ganking bot. Damn. Shaco is so like has no health. Oh shit. Word, thanks bro. Thanks for chilling with us, man. Dang, the UK. Damn. That's crazy, the dragon's still there. I think they're gonna get it now. We can get grubs though. If he kills me, that would be crazy. No! Damn. I should have bought first. That tower died as soon as I got there. Yeah, bro, I think I just turned into a streamer yesterday. If I'm sitting here now, now that we got the YouTube, if I'm sitting, how can I sit here without turning this on? It just feels like, why not? Just to see who's on, like who's up here anyway. I might as well. Especially when I'm coding. Or like learning, like watching some shit. Like, that's a no-brainer. The dude that's trying to be like the manager of the YouTube was telling me to not do anything other than tech related stuff. I was like, I don't know, man. Like, if I feel like I do so many things other than just code, so you know, we'll get back to that later, but it's cool to take a break sometimes too. Like, you can't only code. That's how you get burnt out. I'm pretty sure if we might be able to kill this karma when you get here. She's scared to step up. Oh, I should have waited. My bad. That was my fault. What should I buy? Let me get this one. Yeah, bro. We'll show you how to play. Low key, yeah, it is. At least these days it is. This dude here carrying us right now is in our group too. Ethan. Shen has ult, so we should be good to get in there. I don't know though. Yeah, it's... Oh my god.
An ally has been slain.
I got one.
You have slain an enemy. Enemy killing spree. Your turret has been destroyed. You have slain an enemy.
I'm out.
Legendary.
I just saw where that dude said Protoss, yuck. I wonder what he was. If I don't know if he's still in here. I just now looked up and read that. Oh, so close. Man, that was nice, nice.
Has been slain. Your team has destroyed a turret. An enemy has been slain.
Yeah, we gotta go to drag, don't we? Bro, they have pink wards everywhere. Yeah, Zyra was waiting for that one. Ezreal, help! Nice. Nice.
Ally has been slain. Your turret has been destroyed.
Diana is level 11. We better win. Oh, I just realized we got 30 kills.
Enemy double kill.
Oh, that was bait. We still got this.
Your inhibitor has been destroyed.
Oh my god, how did she get over there? What the hell? My bad, bro. That was such a weird place for her to be.
Your turret has been destroyed.
It's the Yorick taking all of our towers. What a weird game to lose, bro. They only have 2 players. Oh my god. No. Jeez. Man, that was a tough one, man. We got the kills, but we just couldn't move forward. Well, I'm gonna go eat, bro. GG, I'll see you up here later in like an hour or 2 if you're still on. And yeah, thanks everybody for coming and chilling with us, yo. Shout out to all of y'all. Join the Discord, join the school if you haven't, and I'll see you in a little bit. All right, peace. We out.